What is going on, y'all? It is Cat the Vat, and today we are moderating, not on. That's okay, I wasn't muted on the stream. We are moderating a discussion between Lyra and CS, and I'm just gonna get right into it because they're chomping at the bit. They're ready to go. So, and I wait one sec. There's too much audio coming through. Okay, and yeah, y'all are good to go whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, she can
Okay,
start.
cool. Well, I mean, okay, so I had a whole long 5-hour interview with Kat before this. I said a lot of things about mostly gender philosophy and uh, what I've learned from like analytic philosophy, or sorry, psychoanalysis, some of the structuring elements of like male and female subjectivity and so on. And I was kind of related to some more modern relevant concepts like how our economy and how some of like the popular culture and stuff works. But before we get into more topics, Kat, I know I sent you a whole long list of stuff, but we can do an initial the discussion with Charlotte here, and then we can get into some more of those topics, I think, and we could all three of us like explore them. I think it's all relevant to all of us. Maybe do a little introduction. Yes.
Sure. My name's Charlotte. I've been transitioning for almost 3 years now. I come from an Afro-Caribbean background, so um, you know, that means my background is that my family, they came from like Africa, like Central West Africa, likely, and through like the Middle Passage, they were brought over into the Caribbean, and then slavery and all that jazz. But on top of that, though, the context of like the Caribbean and slavery is very different from like typical Afro American experience with slavery, due to the juxtaposition to like institutions of power and proximity and all that. So in a lot of ways, I kind of have a sort of extended outside perspective from the common outside perspective when it comes to being black, when it comes to these kind of discussions.
Do you want to mention the double marginalization with regards to
Um,
being like
I
queer
mean,
and
there's
racialized?
actually like technically like four layers of like marginalization, but anyways, because then I have to account for like also the fact that like there was like intermixing of like the Caribs in like the Caribbean. So on top of that, I technically also have like I'd have to like check a background, but I'm pretty convinced, especially like looking at like my photos and like talking to family members and stuff like that. We're pretty convinced that like we have like um native indigenous like background as well. So like there's that element as well. And then on top of that, there's of course like the gender and trans like dimension of it. Of course, there's on top of that. But then on top of that, there's also the fact that like most people would say that I don't exactly fit in most people's like expressed like recognition of like how black people are supposed to act, even within like black spaces. So I'm marginalized from blackness itself. So so let's just say like I'm pretty like excluded from things, all things considered. I'm pretty outside the system. You could say that like I'm as far probably as far outside of like perspective as you can get in a lot of ways, I would say.
Okay.
So that gives me like a very unique perspective when it comes to all this.
Okay, that's cool. So I have a list. Kat, do you want to like share stuff, or if you want, I could share. I had some stuff I was gonna share on screen, but
Yeah, feel free to share on screen, or if you can send it to me, I could do it either way.
okay. No, give me a sec. Okay, so this is sort of my list of topics. We definitely, don't have to go through all of these. This is kind of what I saw as the extension of our previous conversation, and particularly in the middle here, getting into some of the problems of race, class, sex, and how our subjectivity deals with that, right? Which I think will be pretty interesting. But I don't know. CS, how do you want to do this? So you want to like first go over some of your basic, like most fundamental issues you've had with what we've said previously before we dive into this, or do you want to do this first and then argue?
There's a lot of I would say like there's a lot of like different things. I would say most of the stuff that I ended up disagreeing with was like in the latter third of it. Like there was some
Okay.
things there was some things at the beginning, but they're kind of just like
Okay.
they're kind of like out of the way. But like the main things that I disagreed with was like not even necessarily like full disagreement. It's more like I would say like there was like a few like dialectics that weren't resolved. There's like a few like illegal chess moves that were made that I don't think that you recognize were made, and
Okay.
that would radically change like how you view a lot of these things. Or like
Okay. So do you want to just tap into one of them maybe, so we have something to go off of?
okay, first one. It's been a while. Like my brain's a little frazzled. I've been kind of lost in thoughts all like weekend. I took a break yesterday because like I was tired and had a lot of things to do. I was making banana bread. I'm going into tangents. Anyways, okay. So one of the things that really caught my attention was like the talk about like when you got into like talking about the limit that has to be set for like um man, like the context of what makes a man a man. You have to like have like the man who sets the limit by breaking it, and then everyone else has to like abide by that limit. This very much reminded me of like I think it was Sylvia Winter's concept of man one and man two, which she talks about in relation to the idea that like man one is essentially inherently tied to the idea of like religion and like Christianity and like Judeo-Christian like thought, exactly, because the idea of like rationality is believed to like come from God in essence.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that would be like like the whole logos and male identity. Like I see all of those things as interconnected essentially.
Right, but like but like and like what really clicked in like to me, like what it really like got me when I realized, oh, this shit all clicks now, is when you started talking about like what the figures who break those limits actually look like, right? Like you talked about the whole thing about like you talked about like Batman or like Trump and then like Andrew Tate, and like that immediately hit me of like I don't see, like you were talking about like, oh, these guys are considered like, oh, manly because they break the limit, right? And like that immediately hit me as like, what the fuck? No, I see these people as like fucking children or like fucking parodies. So like,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
So like,
From the outside perspective, they are, right? But for the men who are like inside of the system, in a sense, like they are the ones who see it that way.
no, but like here's where I come into disagree. So like, one thing that like how can I put it? One thing that like really hit me, like when like it really clicked into my head, is when you brought up like the Joker, right, and Batman specifically. So like you were talking about how like you don't like you see like the Joker as like feminine, for example, right? Like you would see him as like feminine.
He's like an ambivalent character, which includes femininity and like masculinity. That is like, if anything, that is part of what threatens the system, is a figure that embodies both.
Right. But like I would say that like that's already you thinking within the logic of the system. So I don't see the Joker as feminine at all. In fact, I think the idea of seeing him as feminine is like weird. Like the whole reason that like the Joker has Harley Quinn is to be his feminine counterpart, right? Like that's why Harley Quinn exists. It's like the Joker would more be like a chaotic trickster archetype, for example, which would be associated with like Zero and masks or whatever. But like in his own context, he isn't actually seen as like feminine. He would probably be seen feminine from the perspective of what we would call man one. So
yeah,
right. So like
so
no,
okay. I mean, I don't disagree with that. Like
I don't think they're gonna disagree with me on most of these things.
right.
No.
So it's a matter of perspective and primarily saying what things are seen like from that man one, or that kind of like a base exceptional archetype, or whatever you want to see it. Like it's describing the relation that explains like how these other figures are seen within the system. We are, when we watch the movie, like we don't necessarily internally agree with what the narrative presents, but there's a kind of latent assumption that this is the narrative that the system is framing for us. So the Hollywood industry is kind of saying like, okay, this is what's manly and this is what's not, and we kind of think that other people are thinking that, and because other people are thinking that, we also sort of agree, but internally we might not agree.
And what I'm saying is that like you're already making too many assumptions about like your own ability to think outside of these frameworks. So like, for example, the Batman was like the biggest one, because I don't know if you know this, but the entire point of the Batman character is that Batman is essentially the result of like Bruce Wayne, like his inner child basically died when his parents died, and he basically over-identifies with the mask of Batman. Like if you ask Batman what his identity is, he will say Batman. He won't say Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne to him is like an abstraction that he uses to live among normies. Whereas like he identifies with the mask of Batman to the point where he sees like having be Bruce Wayne as like a limitation on his existence.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is where I mean what I mean by the illegal chess move here. You've come if I have to like bring this to like the idea of like first cell separation, right? Like we often think of like gender, we always start with the idea of like, oh well, there's man and then there's woman, and there's man had to become man, had to like separate himself from otherness in order to create the concept of woman in order for him to be a man.
I mean, he didn't have to do that, but that's how we got here.
Sure, but like we've jumped over a crucial step here that I don't think you've accounted for, and is that the idea of man and woman themselves, as we think of them, are already situated in the context of adultness. So we've already jumped over the entire idea of like the child state, like the original cell. When we think of it, the original cell before first cell separation wouldn't be man or woman, it would be a child, right? It would be like a child.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to get at is that like the idea of man one in general is itself part of the fantasy. It's itself like it's not actually like a vision of like manliness at all. It's more of like a projection of like what a child thinks manliness is. So in reality, when we're talking about man one versus man two, we're actually talking about a child-man dynamic, basically. So like the castrate condition of man is like closer to what we actually think of as man, whereas the uncastrated man is actually just like a man-child, basically. An unintegrated one, rather.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, and I think that this is where there's the misconception that the Lacanian theory and the psychoanalysis is being essentialist and inherently affirming these categories. Like, it's really trying to specifically say that, yes, this is an act. The phallus is fake. The phallus does not have substantial value, and it's a child. It could say it's a childish fantasy of what like you think this ideal manhood or whatever is like. It's a facade. Right? It's not something that we can say that is like should be treated as real, but we kind of point out that in the context of the society, it is treated as a real thing, unlike other gender standards, unlike the women's gender, which is not treated as a substantial thing.
Sure, but my problem is with the Lacanian framework is that it presumes that there's no way out of the system, that like this is just like you're doomed and you're just stuck in this framework and that's just going to be how it is. When it's like there's a bunch of like this is kind of like where I get into like Jungian psychology. Like it's funny when I think about it now. Like if you think about it, like Carl Jung's name, Carl Jung, right? Carl Jung. Like this is where I got into it. Like when I saw that part of the video, I made the click in my head that like basically in all of our previous conversations, because if you're not aware, Kat, like we basically get into conversations like this all the time, basically, to be honest. So like it clicked in my head that like every previous conversation when we're talking about like what is a man, it's like you like in your previous conversation you said like we don't ask what a man is, because like instead we ask what a woman is. But like I don't agree. I've multiple times asked myself what a man is and like been in conversations with what a man is. Like when I think of the question what is a man, the first thing that comes to mind is like that one Castlevania quote was like a miserable pile of secrets, right? But like so what I realized is that like ultimately the reason that we have butting heads is that we're talking about two different things ultimately. Like when we get into like because like you have a like rejection or like a resistance to the idea of like the anima and animus and like Jungian psychology, right?
I actually don't. I only have resistance to the idea that there's a sex dichotomy there. There's a binary. I think it's a universal that everybody has an anima and animus. Both men and women have the same dynamic.
Okay. Like this is kind of what I was going into. What I'm trying to get at is that like what anima and animus ultimately is closer to the idea of like man and woman in the context of like childhood and like the child psychology, like the inner child psyche, before that they're actually in the symbolic before the cut. So like from a Lacanian standpoint, the entire concept of like the dynamic between like man one and man two, we would call it, that's already like there's already like a symbolization that's occurred that's like being ignored there. So that means that from that perspective, there is a way to kind of address the issue by going backwards into like childhood and resolving the tension there, which shows that there is in fact a way to escape this shit.
So but look, nobody said that it's not about not escaping it. It's just saying that the dynamic of oppression that we see perpetuated is related to this dialectic, which includes the logos chaos kind of mediating themselves. There's a unity of opposites, like all these things. Those aren't the forms that we see of that inevitable. So the man and woman is not inevitable. White and black is not inevitable. None of those things have to be hierarchies. And there is a genuine way to fight them, I think, through using this theory. So we're not trying to say that things always have to be that way. The only like part that would be essential, and I don't think it's fair to call this essential because it's ontological, but it's just saying that somehow in whatever idealized utopian abstract fantasy we could possibly think of, there would still need to be like an inside and an outside, or there would need to be something that splits existence so that it's not only one unified thing. This split, this part of the dialectic could be, for example, all of the children together that are involved in some task, and like the tasks becomes their kind of limit of what stops them from being like unified or whole. When I say unified or whole, I mean in the sense that you wouldn't lack anything, you would have no grounding for anything, and there would be no reason to do anything, right? The Lacanian, the dialectic point is just that there needs to be something like that, some sort of split, some sort of cut, some sort of limit for life to have meaning and to continue. The form that it takes is what we need to fight. Like if it's oppression between men and women, like that is a worthwhile thing to target. It's just that we can't do it by saying that, oh, they're just equal, and or just saying like that split didn't matter, that we're now like past it and we're to the economy, but we're happy and equal afterwards. Like that's what it's kind of implying, is that we can't get past not having a split, and we actually need to have some sort of split. It's just a matter of how do we make it so that we are both happy with that arrangement,
Right.
and it's not like oppressive.
Okay. I guess the next point that I want to get into is like the whole concept of like sexuation, which I found like once I learned about that, it actually like illuminated a lot of things to me. I did a lot of thinking. So like,
Okay.
again,
I just wanted to say, yeah, okay, so before we say more, I'm pointing out right now I'm sharing, or is it still sharing or not? Download childhood, do you guys see that?
It says you've minimized your application. You weren't sharing your screen. You were just sharing the like specific window.
Can you see that? It's not showing up.
right. I see it.
Okay, so there is, this is from Shulamith Firestone's book, right, Dialectic of Sex, which is a very vulgar materialist account of something similar to what I'm saying. But I just wanted to point out that, you know, in here she has this long chapter about child liberation, essentially. And part of her point is that, like, the oppression of women in modernity was tied to the separation of like the domestic and public sphere. And the domestic sphere is kind of where women and children are left, and it creates this like bond between them that also diminishes their status in relation to the man and to the rest of society. And part of what she implies here is that yes, like adults need to return to the child, kind of like there is something about adulthood itself, as it's constituted for the man that is in the public sphere and he's in a career and working, like his way of being requires the separation from the child. So in order to like break that and stop whatever oppressive dynamic that's perpetuating, yes, like the man should in theory kind of return to being more childish, you could say, or like more open to possibility, like more potential, not already predetermined as like an adult within this like super inscribed system where they just have their once and for all role in life. So there is something about childhood itself, but like I would say children should be somewhat more like adults and adults should be somewhat more like children, something like that.
I can get into that a little later, but like to like add on to like what you're describing, like to like kind of like put an image on like the background coding of like what you just described, I would say it's like basically it's like instead of like men having to be like Odin, they'd have to be like Santa Claus. If that makes any sense.
I think so, sort of, yeah.
Vibes hitting. Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling that, yeah.
Yeah, vibes hitting. Yeah. That's how I would describe it. It's
okay. So you wanted to say something more about sexuation?
Oh right. What was my point about sexuation? Right. Okay. So like so now though so if we're gonna like now we're gonna try and like bridge like Lacanian psychoanalysis and like Jungian psychoanalysis. How do we do that now? We'd have to go from sexuation and then like try and bridge that into archetypes. So like how do you bridge like sexuation and like the concept of anima now? How do you do that? I have some theories, but I want to hear what you do.
Okay, let me show you. So I don't know if you saw from my ontology essay, but somewhere at the start, I talk about what my short, brief description of psychoanalysis is. And I say something like this. So, at the dawn of self-consciousness, reason failed to find a suitable name for the inanimate subject who became the other. Owing to this failure, the inanimate, and I'm using the Lacanian like split subject here to kind of imply that it's
I use a dollar sign.
It's not a regular, dollar sign works. So got banished to the realm of the insensible, which actually I think insensible is not quite the right term in this context, but it's more like not obvious or not visible kind of directly. That which precedes the organization experience. The animate subject who was left joined with reason, became all, went on to live with others. Whenever he talked with another, he saw himself, but he forgot he was actually seeing the barred subject who was seeing herself too. Okay, so what I'm basically saying there is every human subjectivity is constituted in a way where our ego and our identity within the system could be said to relate to something like masculinity. The underside of that, the self-consciousness that is potentially vulnerable or victimized, that's on the inside, that would be the female side of sexuation, or our internal anima, or whatever is like the feminine term.
And I would argue that that's still working too much within like it's like this is how I would say it. Like imagine you have like a two-tiered circle, right? Like usually when we think of like psychoanalytics, we probably think of like a circle and we have like inside the circle and then we have like outside the circle, right? Like the not all would be like outside the circle. Would that be accurate?
Like that.
I would say that
I'm trying to look up some diagrams. Do you want to find one, or do you want to show an image of what you're talking about?
I don't have an image, unfortunately. Sorry, I didn't prepare it that hard for it. Like I have like a lot of text. This is more like this is more like Carl Jung, but like what I'm trying to get at is that like we have to look at it this in tiers. Like what you're describing is basically like a field around like how Carl Jung would describe it, because again, like we have to then identify like Carl Jung's like conception of like the anima and animus is like more related to the child. So the child would be like inside the layers of adulthood, right? So that means when we think of like the Lacan like psychoanalytic framework, we're actually thinking of it inside out. It's actually like again, like this goes into like what I talked about like with like Eurocentrism and colonialism and how like Eurocentrism can be thought of as like an ontological minus. So like when we think of like the all in like Lacanian psychoanalytics, it's more accurate to say it's more like of a not parenthesis all, and then we would think of like the female condition as like not parenthesis all. That would more be accurate. So it's more like a position of holding the tension between like two layers of like abstraction rather than actually being like the absence of like the thing. Like so but like again, like within the context of Lacanian psychoanalytics, there is the idea that like it's all an illusion, it's all in the imaginary, right?
No, it's not only imaginary. There is it's in the real. Like it's the
No, like
symbolic system is constraining stuff, but then there's a limit or a cut, which is where kind of the real should exist.
but
It's
like,
the
but
remainder
like
that's not symbolized.
but that itself is like contingent on like like the perspective of like the subject within the context of the European psychoanalytic frame. So like even the idea of that cut as they conceive of it is itself a delusion, right? Like that would go into the whole like the Zizekian whole thing of like, oh well, like
I
you
don't
can
believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe there's a single human that's ever lived that felt wholeness, like ontological, that didn't involve some sort of split. Because if they did, they just wouldn't have self-consciousness. Like they would just be fully inhabiting their environment. They wouldn't need to have subjectivity. They could just be operating like animals, basically. Like that's not the same thing as having subjectivity.
Where do you think subjectivity and like consciousness comes from?
Okay, this gets us back to the very start of my points in the
No,
new list of this interview. So
because like this, what I would say is that like
think subjectivity
you're not accounting for desire in this equation.
I think subjectivity lies in the difference between your identity in the legible social system and your internal sense of self that is at odds wherever it is at odds with that identity. If it's never at odds with that identity, I would say that you're not a real human. You're basically just an NPC. You're a bot. You're just doing what the societal script tells you. So you can't be said to have subjectivity, and you can't be said to have desire, because desire is always something that's discordant with what we already have. If we already have an identity and we have a desire, that means that we want something that isn't just what we already have. To me, that's essentially what subjectivity is. It's going off script. It's not being an NPC.
But you see, I would argue that like being like oppositional to itself still being NPC, like you're going to be like predisposed to like wanting to be like counter.
So that's what they would consider like a perverse structure, where you're kind of, yes, you're defining yourself in opposition, which means that you're always ultimately need that opposition in order to feel your enjoyment. So that's not like that's one way of getting stuck in the loop, but that's not like what we should be doing.
Right, but like what I'm saying is that I don't think it's possible for you, at least the way that you're conceptualizing it, to not be stuck in this loop.
Well, I would say that the loop is, at least as far as having subjectivity goes, it just means that again, we're not fully concordant with what society says we are. And the goal I don't think the goal should be to make that happen. I don't think we should strive to be perfectly legible and perfectly balanced with everything around us, because that just means that we don't ever need to think. Like it would just mean that things happen automatically, and we don't need to have self-consciousness. We don't need to have as something that separates us from what society already says. We would just be going along with emotions.
Okay, what if I told you that you already do this, you're just not aware of it? There's a lack of awareness.
Okay, everybody does it to some extent. This theory
I
is
don't
trying
agree.
to present to you where are the points where subjectivity and identity does split, because that's where there's freedom or potential to do something else. Outside of, if you're still inside of the same identity and within the social system, that's when you can't see any other way of being. It only comes about from this separation or split from the self.
Okay, I guess this is the part where I pull in like the Afro-pessimist shit. Okay, so what do you know about like Afro-pessimist thought and arguments?
I've read some about it. It's mostly that the they're the least ontologically whole subject. They don't have any position within like the mental map of others. They don't exist as a distinct identity. They're basically purely non-all, like purely split. There's nothing substantial about their existence aside from inhabiting the split, always like falling in the crack.
Basically, the idea is that like in order to like the entire concept of blackness, for example, like as it was created as a way to like justify basically dehumanizing certain
Yeah.
kinds of people in order to justify like treating them as like property, essentially. So that
Yeah.
means all, but like but like there's like a distinction here. So like for like the black male subject, for example, the black male subject can be considered to be kind of like stuck in that split. Like this is kind of like what Fanon talks about. Like you're kind of like a subject object kind of, right?
Yeah.
But like
Yeah. The subject object is real. Yeah.
right. But like but like if you go further now and you go into like the black woman now, she doesn't even have that. Like she's like just flesh. Like she's just like the ground that like the shadow is cast upon. She's like doesn't even she's not even considered to like have like that little bit of like subjectivity at all. Like how the purpose of like the black woman as she was introduced was essentially just to be like used for her fertility, basically. Oh, and this goes into a whole thing I have about like where like because I remember that thing you talked about, like the etymology of the word female. I have a whole thing about like that, but like we can talk about that later. Someone put a note so I don't forget. But like anyways, so like the black female isn't even considered like an object. She's not even an object. Like the same way that you don't consider sand an object, right? You don't consider like the dirt or like the ground an object. You consider it like a substance or like soil or dirt or whatever. You consider like a thing like land or a resource to like exploit. Oh, I thought someone left. My bad. Anyways, so like the entire reason that like the black female was like exploited and brought over, and instead of just like the male black person was brought over so that way he could be like basically a work like basically like a work animal, basically just to like physical labor and all this stuff. But like the female, she was basically brought over that way the slave owner could just like produce more slaves, basically. That was the idea.
Okay, so actually that's interesting. So this is one thing I will get into in a bit with the economy is the concept of a production and reproduction as being
Exactly.
two spheres of activity, but only the production one is valorized or like socially recognized in a way, whereas the reproduction is kind of it still exists in reality, but it's completely discounted from the calculations of that money and all this stuff.
And what I'm getting at is that, like, in the case of the black female, it wasn't even considered reproduction for her because the idea of reproduction is a certain level of humanity that she was denied by virtue of being like a slave and just being like the substance that she's working on. So like when she like gives birth and is making babies, she's not giving birth to subjects. She's just producing more
labor power, right?
Not even labor power, because she's not labor. She's just the land that's worked upon.
She isn't, but she's producing labor power in like the next generation of slaves, basically.
Potentially, because like if she's giving birth to more women, that means she's producing more land to like be fertilized and produce more like she's basically like the soil that you plant your seeds in, so that way you could grow plants, basically. And like maybe right, that's the best way to look at it. So like she's like she is herself the source of produce in essence. So like what I'm trying to get at is that like I don't think you understand just how far like the level of like abstraction of like humanity and personhood goes here. Like there's a level of like your subjectivity and like how you exist in the world that like goes so far outside of like the sphere that like a lot of like the assumptions that you use don't apply. But like it goes even further because you have to remember that like the entire concept of like whiteness and blackness was generated. Like it wasn't like a thing. Yeah. So that means like, go ahead.
What I would say there is that the way that I was trying to describe it last time, and this is again similar to what Haas was saying in his like kind of a commie, like the tanky whatever analysis, that the base matter originally like it's not meaningless and it's not nothing. Like there is real, genuine human like emotions and feelings and worth there. But when you start having this separation where the logos is created by the differentiating principle of identity, it retroactively calls this thing it came from. It says that this is the chaos, or it says that this is like nothing, this is meaningless. It's the base matter, we don't care about it. And you could say, okay, like that's the blackness. Like essentially that whiteness is created and it calls the thing it's separated from blackness. So it's created blackness, or it's generated blackness, and it defines itself by separating from this blackness that it itself invented.
Right, but like then we have to get into like the whole concept of like blackness is like basically you could say like blackness is like retroactive, right? So it's like the entire concept of like being black you have to presuppose its existence.
You have to presuppose its existence before, but this is only something that you do from the perspective of like already being in the logos, kind of. I think.
Actually, no. Like I'll get into that later. But like, okay, so like, I think Fanon talks about this, how like, because like if you the actual like idea of blackness technically didn't actually start. Well, it did, but
until contact with her. Well, would you agree that before colonization and before slavery and like, well, at some arbitrary point in time, like people living in a community in Africa wouldn't see themselves as black. Like that is only an idea that's created once they're in contact with white people.
I originally would agree with you, but I have new reason to believe that they probably did, and we'll get into that later.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, I would say that if they did, it would be because this ontological split is inherent to subjectivity. So they would have already had some sort of colorism in their own system before that.
We're gonna get into that. I think we might be synchronizing here. But yeah, anyways. Okay. Okay, so we have to get into the concept of whiteness though, because the concept of whiteness, even though it was retroactive and ontological, it didn't start technically with black people. So like in Europe, before like the whole concept of like imperialism and colonization, it didn't actually happen and start with black Africans yet. It started with Europeans doing it to each other, right? So, yeah. Like the example I always bring up is like the Irish and the Scots. Like they were actually like colonized by the British, and then afterwards they were also made to work on plantations and things like that. So like that's why you have like the whole like meme about like gingers having no souls or whatever. So they used like the same kind of stereotypes they used to like dehumanize black people by saying like, oh, like they're savage, primitive, like not human, they're like closer to animal or whatever. They use the same thing on them. And they pointed to things like their orange hair. So like, am I gonna get into melanin? I'm gonna get into melanin. Okay, so so like what I find interesting though is that if you find out that like the thing that actually makes like gingers people's hair like more orange is actually like increased melanin content. If you didn't know, that's actually a fun fact. So like a lot of like decolonial scholars, they argue that like melanin is actually what makes blackness ontologically, melanin content. So like even before like the colonizers knew what they were doing, they were already like on a subconscious level already tuning into this. They were saying like, oh, melanin is like the problem. It's like the source of like excess and too muchness, right? Because like if we go with the idea that like Eurocentrism is an ontological.
Wait, one second. So you're saying the gingers, because they had melanin, that was already a start of some sort of race hierarchy within whiteness?
Yes, exactly. So like now we have to start deferring the idea, like, and basically the idea is that like you have to it's kind of like this idea of we have to get rid of like the melanin and therefore the blackness. So like that's the idea of like gingers kind of like got access to whiteness by like thus removing like we would call it blackenedness, right? Because Fanon talks about this, how cultures are blackened in order to justify colonialization. But like for a black subject, like an African subject, they can't actually like buy into whiteness at all. Like an Irish person or a Scottish person, they can buy into whiteness and like kind of like disconnect themselves, deroot themselves from like their native culture and like buy into like this universal idea of like man one, even though they can't actually be man one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, would you also agree that black men are somewhat more closer or likely then to try to access white supremacy, even though it shouldn't be possible, and black women are the most like, okay, it's not even a logical thing, like I'm not going to bother thinking about it?
Yes and no, and I'll get into that in a bit. This goes into like W.B. Du Bois' concept of like double consciousness, and it's the idea that like because basically when colonizers, in order to like defend themselves, because this is another part of like the deferral process, is that like if you have this idea of like universal man and human, that means you have to simultaneously hold the idea that like black people aren't rational people, but also we have to hold them to the standard that they can be or should be. So that means black people will be simultaneously or like psychologically black and white. It's kind of complicated to explain. So like basically like it's kind of this is kind of like why a lot of like Afro decolonizer and like radicals talk about like unlearning whiteness or like unlearning white consciousness, because like this idea of like being universal, like this is kind of like why a lot of the Wokies they like complain about like color blindness, for example, because in essence it's like the differences that happen because of like the race hierarchy, because of whiteness versus blackness, it's still there, but you're blinded to it because of this idea of us being universal subjects that are all the same, right? So it's like
Yes.
it's more like a gaslight, right? It's like a
It is a
gaslight on
gaslight.
top.
Yeah. The gaslighting.
The gaslight. I love that, by the way. But like, of course, you know I was gonna love that. I've been complaining about the fucking Enlightenment forever. But
Yeah.
anyways, you can go ahead. Go ahead. I've talked for a while.
I think there's definitely, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth to the idea that within each group, this kind of splitting or division happens, and it takes on characteristics of both race and sex somehow, where the lower thing is always, yeah, made out to be more melaninated or
That's the word.
melanated and
Melanated.
sorry, it's a bit of a
It
mouthful
is
for
a
me.
metaphor, yeah.
And or also feminized. So like the hierarchy somehow relates to both like sexual and race and economic values altogether. And yeah, you would see like colorism within individual communities. You could say, yeah, within white people, I mean, that is kind of like, yeah, gingers are like the most maybe not that.
There's this joke about how like gingers are the black people of white people. And I think there's actually a lot of truth.
I think that makes sense. But then you also look at like the economic dimension there, and it's like Ireland was oppressed by the British, right?
Yeah. Same way
So-
that they even got put on plantations and everything. Like same way, same kind of stereotypes, same script. It's like basically I basically can say that like the gingers were like the proto prototype for like black racism, basically.
Kind of, yeah. And I think all of this points to this idea that there is something like about hierarchy itself that creates these like divisions or concepts in a way. Like there's a unified kind of hierarchy that includes all of the dimensions of oppression. Like all of the axes are actually part of one big axis, kind of.
And it's just
and whenever you start getting this stratification, it manifests as appearing as kind of like mask femme or white black or rich poor, or like these things always all go together somehow.
Right. But like okay, so like I want to talk about the whole gender thing. So right, like so like you said that like, oh well, then blackness would like itself be considered feminine, but yet I live in a world where like black people are stereotyped all the time as like hyper masculine. Like this kind of goes into like the whole like European whiteness basically being an ontological minus. Like because of that abstraction, because of that deferral, black people are seen as like excess. They're seen as like too much. It's like this is why you have the stereotype of like, oh well, black women are too loud, too bossy, too domineering, etc. It's like, or like black men are like considered like physically stronger, more virile, or like more wild, more violent, or maybe even more ensouled, for example. So it's like there's kind of this contradiction with like this idea that like, oh well, black men are therefore simultaneously more feminine than like white men or like even white women, but they're also like hyper masculine.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. You're right. There is a bit of a contradiction there. I mean, I think part of that stems from this dual nature of the hierarchy, where you can have like an initial stratification, but then if that proceeds long enough and you start getting these like kind of seemingly two complementary terms, within each term you're going to start to get a hierarchy again, and you kind of have the top end of the lower side gains like a special status of some sorts, and it is kind of contradictory. What I would say about the sex stuff specifically is that in traditional society, and this is like before, okay, like Western bias, fine, before modernity, it was kind of that the woman was the more sexualized, like irrational, kind of weird sensual thing, and man was rational. Man was like actually not excessively horny necessarily. I mean, obviously, like a lot of men still were, but there was a perception that, like, okay, the ideal man doesn't really care about sex, but all of the women are kind of like sexual degens of some sorts. And I think this is maybe where there's a connection between like black men and white women, where the, like, world of white people have their own hierarchy with men and women, and then the world of black people have their own hierarchy, and the black men here and like the white women here are kind of more adjacent, right, in a way. Like, it creates some sort of tension because of the pre-existing like levels.
But
And it does have to do something with like being overly sexualized. Like, that's definitely a part of it.
But white women don't exist.
Yes, but
And I'll get
they
into that.
they defer their subjectivity for the system so that it also gives them what they like enjoy.
But their subjectivity is itself already a deferral and extraction.
Yes, like
Yeah, whiteness.
the moment they identify as women in the system, they've basically kind of conceded to it.
But that would imply that they choose to identify into womanhood.
It's about choosing to like accept or kind of embrace it in a way. Like, it depends on their relationship with it. I mean, it's imposed on them, and I think for a woman, it's a question of like, okay, I know that this is a sexist imposition, but to what extent can I authentically like get behind it or keep my own cynical distance from this role while still performing it to the extent that is like manageable for me or something? Like, there's always some sort of calculation like that happens. And the women who are most up there in the higher echelons of society that are like the rich bougie white women would be most likely to identify with the woman figure and try to kind of just be like promoting themselves as women and just being like, I mean, my basic thesis is that all of these categories are fake. Race categories fake, gender categories fake, like, and women are just
I disagree.
men.
I'd argue that the categories are only fake within the context of Eurocentrism, and that outside of them, they're by definition real.
They're by definition real, but they can't be. They're not really symbolized in the same way. Like, it doesn't.
Right,
those things don't have the same meanings.
which implies the Eurocentric one is the problem and the abstraction that's wrong, weird, and fake, and that the outside one that would be characterized by Black people or melanated individuals represents what the real dynamics are.
So
in theory, but like, and if you think this is like me like hitting for home run, like I'm not even halfway done. This isn't even my final form. Go ahead.
It is a fake rationality of the West that needs to be taken down in the capitalist system. That's true.
Right.
My only thing would just be to say that the dialectic and the hierarchy is an inherent feature of life that would be recreated in a different form that would have maybe nothing to do with race, maybe nothing to do with sex.
What? And based on what are you saying this?
I mean, even if I just said yin yang, whatever, like internal existence requires like some sort of cycling of elements or some sort of dynamic movement that is never simply unified, but is somehow, it's maybe a balance of things, but that implies that there's more than one thing.
Correct. There is in fact more. Well, it's more complicated. It's more like there's simultaneously more than one thing and one thing.
I would say that it doesn't have to be a hierarchy, but it is something where there's two terms, but it can never be said that the two terms are just complementary equivalents. They're always one thing that got split somehow, or one thing that is at the base and sustaining the other, or some sort of tension or dynamic like that. And I think like at a certain level, we can't get rid of that without getting rid of subjectivity. And it shouldn't be like a desirable thing for that reason.
Okay, what was I gonna say? Right. I think we never really like answered my whole thing about like how you bridge sexuation and like the concept of anim and animus, because again I have like this kind of ties into it. But basically it's like it goes into this idea that like in a way you can argue that asymmetry is a form of symmetry, because like the entire perspective of asymmetry is kind of like a thing that we kind of have to like in some way concede to, right? So that means there's an equal exchange of like positionality within like the asymmetry.
I would say maybe, yeah, it's only like asymmetrical when viewed from either one of the perspectives, maybe. But if you look at it
From like outside of the
outside,
yes, then you would see like both groups are in some ways consenting to the asymmetry.
yeah,
So
I would
makes
agree
it-
with that. But I would just say that you can't actually look outside. Like, I mean, we can speculate about it, but it's like we
Okay.
have to assume that because we're already embodied in the social world, we're always taking a position. We're never neutral.
Remember what I said about black people? We don't have bodies. We're just like flesh or like the soil or the dirt. But like I'm gonna take it a step further. So like I've talked about like black men and I talk about black women, but I've yet to talk about trans black women.
This is like this is the third and fourth level.
Yeah, this is like 4D density. Okay, so all right, so trans black women. So I read this thing. I forget the name of the writer. Let me Google it. I forgot her name, but basically she talks about how like transness and like blackness like both technically supersede like the human condition altogether, because like let me search it up exactly. I think I have it here. Search. Fucking Christ. But like basically it's the idea that like since the black person is like not like since like for example the black woman is already considered like just soil to like to fertilize like basically to like work on the land, for example. The trans black woman isn't even that, right? Because she's like neuter, she can't even like produce children or anything like that, right? So like she's even below the idea of matter. She's like even beyond the idea of matter, right? How do you square that? Like I was spending time thinking about this. I'm just like, what in the universe can we compare to that? Something that's like beyond even the state of matter, like behind, like abstracted even from the concept of matter.
I mean, that would have to be to me, it would have to be the negative void, like the vacuum, but it's not like it's a nothingness that begets its own like space or potentiality somehow. Like it's, I would say, yeah. I mean, it's less than matter, right? It's
Right.
less than matter because it like it's supposed to be matter there or something, but because there's this vacuum, it's maybe pulling in stuff to it somehow.
Okay, so like this is kind of like I got into this, like the reason I clicked into this is a combination of things. Part of it was like the being able to see the stars last night. That gave me a lot of insight, like because of like the black moon. Like I went to the top of my roof and I saw that, give me a bunch of insight.
Nice.
But also like research into like West African spirituality and like African spirituality as well, like the Egyptians and all those stuff. And if there's one thing you probably know is that like they were very into like stargazing and star cosmology and all that shit, right?
Sure.
So like there was this tribe of like West Africans specifically, and like West Africa is particularly important because like again West Africa was like where the Middle Passage went. So like straight up like most like all slaves from Africa were of West African descent. So that means the tribe I'm talking about is like directly linked to this. So they were called the Dogon tribe, and like one of the things they're most famous for is having knowledge of Sirius B before it should be technologically possible to figure that shit out at the time that they were figuring it out. And they were like big into like star maps and all this shit, and they actually ported a lot of their knowledge into Egypt. So what this really got me into thinking is that like when you think about it, like this kind of goes into like what's his name? I think his name was Cheng Anta Diop. He's this decolonial like scholar. He like has a lot of like
freaking. Can you like anytime you say a name, can you just make sure you write it and send it to the chat or to me after?
Right, sure. Let's see. Diop. But anyway, basically he's a guy, he's from Senegal, and he's like a huge like I think he actually like went to like he got like professor degrees or whatever in France or whatever. I forget exactly. It's been a while. But anyways, he does a lot of like anthropology studies. Like I think he actually did like research on like mummies and like also like on like bodies and all this stuff, and like all of the information that he got suggested that like by the standards of today, the first people would, and this kind of goes without saying, like obviously the first people came from Africa, But on top of that, he argues that like by the standards of today, we would consider them black today. So that means in some ways, like not in some ways, that means straight up that you can like this goes into the whole idea that like, for example, we think of blackness as like this thing that's added on top of whiteness, right? Like that's like where the idea of like calling people colored, black people, colored people comes from.
Yeah, although I don't agree with that, but yes, we do that.
Right, exactly. But like in reality, it's more accurate to say that like white people are demelanated people. They're like whitened black people, right? So like, damn, I forgot what's going on with this. Right. So like Cenk Anta Diop, he has this whole idea of like two cradle theory, which is like not supposed to be like the idea that like, oh well, white people and black people were like born and developed in two different places. Obviously, everyone was born in Africa, but that like the culture that developed in like the Europeans and like Eurasian area and like the culture that developed in like South Middle Africa, they are ontologically different, but still relational because again, like the northern cradle, he calls it, would still have like ancestral like memory and idea, even if like rejected or suppressed, of like time in like the southern cradle. So this made me really start thinking. It's like, if you think about it, like in Europe, we have this idea of like whiteness as a default, right? Or like the West, we have like this idea of whiteness as a default. We see like white, and then after there's like black on top of it, or like white, and then like the whiteness is like shines and like reveals, right? It's like this goes into like the idea of like, for example, like when we write on paper, we write with a black pencil or like a gray pencil or whatever, we write black on white, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked about the black text and white.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Cats, do you use dark mode?
Yeah, do you use dark mode or light mode?
I use dark mode.
So this is gonna be a new indicator of your allegiance to social justice. All right, if you're a white mode user, I think we're gonna kill you in the revolution.
I had a feeling that you used dark mode. I'll get into it later. But anyways, so I started thinking about it and I started doing like some research on this. And like, as far as I can tell, every culture except ones that were after the influence of like westernization and like whiteness, if they did use black on white, it was like either in addition to like writing different colors on different colors, or it was they didn't do it at all. So that means that like for the most part, the idea of writing black on white is largely a consequence of like Nordicism or like Westernism of like Europeanism in general. I think, which kind of like makes sense when you think about it. Like it started making me think, like if you really like think about it, like you go into the idea of like epigenetics and ancestral memory. If you think about it, it makes perfect sense that like, for example, like people who are in Africa, they would think of like the world, and like the people who are born in Africa, they would think about the world differently in this kind of colored way compared to people who are in the North. Because people who were in the North, they were primordially in like Cenk Anta Diop talks about this, they were primordially in like winter environments, right? So that means you're in a world legitimately where you're primarily surrounded by whiteness. Just whiteness everywhere because there's just snow everywhere, the cold ice everywhere, right? And like there's probably blizzards as well. So like the skies is everything is like white. So that means you would probably evolve like the predisposition to view like whiteness as like a default background and see like the non-white elements as like the things that are standing out. Makes sense.
I kind of understand that, but I think that could be even extended to like so remember we talked about like the light difference, like how black absorbs light is
yes,
right? So I mean I think that's all like, and this is to me a sign that what we're discussing here is not merely imaginary. Like
I mean, I would argue it is imaginary, but the imaginary is real, if that makes any sense.
well, the imaginary exists at a stratum on top of, or like it's still based on matter somehow, or on the base, because it never like nothing ever exists aside from the physical, but
I think that
stems from it. Well,
I think that's itself like a
no, I mean, no, we could say, well, no, the Eurocentric wouldn't necessarily say that though, because they also do like, they say there's no God, but they're holding up like formal logic kind of and like abstraction above themselves as like a God-like principle.
Sure.
So I feel like they just science kind of palters in terms of pretending that there is no higher thing, but they actually do have a higher thing, but they just kind of don't talk about it. But anyways, well, yeah, like these conditions of separation. I mean, okay, even can I share my screen again?
Sure.
Just gonna show a couple of things here, but you guys able to see the map of the world divided by world systems theory? Are you seeing this?
Yeah, I'm seeing those.
Okay, so if you think about like what I was saying with the principle of separation and everything, like it always involves a kind of like elitism where the certain section of people who are maybe at the start part of the sameness, they kind of try to distinguish themselves as superior somehow and kind of start this hierarchy and division. And you know, if you consider the arrangement of geography in this context, like, okay, moving out of Africa and migrating through like Middle East into, or through, I forgot what the passage is, going into the Atlantic, but it's kind of like, okay, if the sameness is in the center here, then the splitting or separation is also happening at this geographical area, and it's leading them to, yes, like to whiteness. But that is, and that's, you could say the whiteness of the background of the snow and everything. You could say it's the whiteness of their skin reflecting the light. Or I could say that it's the separation of this kind of like elitist principle from the original sameness that is somehow like driving them. Not necessarily saying that those are the correct values, but to me, this is like all somehow a reflection of the same dynamic, and it like manifests at the physical level. It also manifests at the imaginary level.
Right, but like I don't like, I guess this is where the part where I have to like finish what I was talking about, right, earlier with like the whole concept of like writing. So like people in Africa, again, they were like into like stargazing and cosmology, so that makes sense. They were looking up at the sky all the time, and they were like orienting themselves in reality based on like constellations and shit. So like this also goes into the idea of like syncretism as like an African idea. Like there's this idea of like, oh, like the logos is I think therefore I am. Like in a lot of Afrocentrist thought, there's this idea that like it's I am because we are, something like that, which kind of goes into the idea of like the interconnectedness, right?
I like that.
Yeah,
that's actually very like historical materialist. Like, that's
really?
kind of Marx, well, yeah, because it's basically Marx is saying that the human is not created in himself. The human is created by the material conditions and by the society. So I am because we are. Like that's right.
You're not going far enough. Anyways, so again, like there's this, but like here's where I'm gonna kind of like I'm gonna like piggyback off what you said earlier about the idea of like, oh, like the whiteness and hierarchy, right? So like obviously the stars were above, so that means that the Africans would be looking up at the stars and they would see, like there was this idea that like the stars represent the heavens. So that means they would see the stars and they would see them as like white or like different colors or whatever, and they would write stories about them. And so that means they would like equate whiteness again with this idea of like high-mindedness or whatever that we see in like Europe.
Yeah, but I mean, you could say that maybe happened to all cultures who looked up at the sky. Like, I don't know.
Sure, but like again, like everyone came from Africa, so like it happened in Africa first. So like every culture inherited this to some degree.
Okay.
Right. So like, am I gonna pull that card yet? No. Should I talk about the milk thing? No.
It's just, yeah. What the fuck is the milk thing?
Oh, okay, let me just talk about the milk thing.
This better be like a materialist account of like how cattle and cows and stuff were used in different areas.
It actually is related to that. Okay. So the entire idea is that like the use of like cows and like goats, for example, is like a thing that's like localized to very specific cultures, predominantly European white ones, and very like some African, like some Eastern African and like Mediterranean ones, like, but most of Africa and like
as far as I understand it, that's quite dependent on like the climate and the environment in terms of if you're able to raise agriculture or if it's better to have livestock.
Well, it wasn't just about it wasn't just about if you were able to, because obviously you'd be able to in Africa. Like back in the day in Africa, like Africa used to be all green, and after desertification resulted in like it ever becoming the Sahara. But like, and also again, like East Africa did have like raising goats and stuff. But like what it actually implies is that, because again, like everyone does something because there's some impetus to do it. Like there has to be something that causes the initial inertia. So what I'm actually arguing is that like raising cattle for like milk is actually itself a thing that was like evolved based on the conditions that they existed in. So like you'd have to have a reason to want to do that and then want to like use the milk from the animal. So instead, what I'm arguing is that like most Africans didn't develop, because this goes into like the whole idea of lactose intolerance. Like we think of lactose intolerance as like this idea of like, oh well, you have like a deficiency that makes it like you can't process milk. But if you think about it, that makes absolutely negative backward sense. Like the entire idea of like milk is for raising children, like babies, right? Like that's why mammals produce milk, is to like, you know, nurse the young, right?
Are you trying to talk about like the surplus of having milk to like get from the animals?
I'm more talking about like the deficiency of something else, melanin, that would result in the necessity for longer term rearing of children, using it as well as a result of the lack of like nutrients and sustenance that would make it that you would need to do such a thing in the first place, which
Interesting.
which would itself result in longer terms of like child rearing, because again, like
so you're connecting the child thing to
I'm connecting
race
the
and to cows and to the way that they were used.
Okay, you see the connection. Okay, right. So what I'm trying to get at is that, again, this goes again into what Diop says about like the two cradles idea. It's like a lot of the ideas that we have about the nature, like you talked about earlier, about like the idea of like woman is like the domestic sphere and spends time with children, right? But like that would predominantly be a thing in Nordic or European Western cultures, again, because they spent so much time in like the winter environment or the snow, right? From an evolutionary survival standpoint, you would have to keep the women indoors more, because having them outdoors in the cold would be more fatal, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, we, depending where, didn't necessarily have like an indoors outdoors, right? But okay, yeah,
sure. But like what this means is that like this kind of like extended like closeness of like the child and like the mother, at least as to the level that we think of it, is a product of Western like culture and evolution.
This is what Shulamith Farsnell also criticizes. Like she says that yes, the Western society forced the oppression of both men, like women and children, and actually like the women's oppression is perpetuated kind of by this connection with the child, and the child is also like stuck in the home, and it creates this dynamic where she is putting expectation on the child, and makes him grow up to be also perpetuating the system.
Right. But like I'm going to extend this further. So what this means is that in these northern environments, it makes sense to believe that therefore, because women were spending more time indoors and men were spending more time outdoors, men and like their somewhat older sons, for example, right? Like let's say like their son is finally like in their teen years, whatever. So like the dad would probably take him out to like hunt or whatever, right? That means you had an increased dynamic of this happening, of like men spending time with themselves away from women.
Yeah. So that's the start of the division of labor, right? That's also what feminists talk about, is they're the hunters and gatherers. Actually, I was arguing with the TERF about this yesterday.
Oh, really?
Okay. So what I was saying is, this is not exactly what tied to you, but like just adjacent. I was basically making an argument that hunter and gatherer is the first two genders. And I was like, the first trans woman was like the hunter who was like trying to pick berries, and then the first TERF was like, oh, you can't pick berries with us, you're a hunter. Like,
that is pretty funny. Although from what I read, like hunter gatherer was more like it existed, but it wasn't as hard divide.
No, for sure, yeah.
Right, but like I would argue that in like these northern like environments, the divide was more pronounced, and thus the divide was accelerated. And if you look at it,
okay.
And if you look at it, this actually maps on to like what we're talking about, like the Eurocentric psychoanalytic frame, right? Because like now you have like the framework for man one and man two versus anima animus already right there. You have it.
Yeah.
Because like if you think of like again like because I criticize using like the Eurocentric view of as like the center, like we'd have to turn it inside out. That means like the child function would be like at the center. And then after like the men would be on the outside, man one and man two would be on the outside. And now you have woman who is on the inside with the children. So now you have it this is how we bridge these two things, right? So like anima animus would essentially be like the male female child dynamic. And then you have the mother who's there, who's considered like excluded from like the symbolic order. She's not all. And then you have man one, man two, who are like the subject and like the false subject. Right
So
there. There's your sense of
you're trying to make another like the level of specifically what it's like for the children that is like a deeper level of the analysis that isn't the men and
Yeah.
women.
right, because like
It's kind of, I mean, there's something there. Like I'll need to think about it some more, the child thing, and I'll probably need to look at some of the references.
well, like all the information we know about like gender development is that it starts in young childhood due to like, you know, the genders like interacting with each other, and then they set limits of like how they should and shouldn't interact with each other. But
Sure.
in theory should, like, because like think about it when you were a kid, like maybe you had like this vague idea of like gender, but like it probably didn't get like so like stratified and extreme until like some outside force told you, oh, why are you hanging out with a boy, or why are you
Yeah.
hanging out with a girl, right?
Yeah.
So like what I'm trying to imply is that like the cut doesn't happen right as you get separated from the mother. It actually comes from like the outward like imposition.
Okay. I see what I understand a bit more now. So
Yeah.
Julia Kristeva in several of her works, the main one I've read is Powers of Horror, like she describes this initial child-mother split as kind of its own thing, which he relates to abjection and kind of what is like kind of this existential thing that separates. I mean, you know, we could say that at the start when you're still in the womb, like you're not even a separate being, right? You're like, Sophie Lewis calls this the mother fetus.
Yeah.
And it's like one unified thing
You're
still.
one
And
thing, but
even
you're
after like, okay, you come out of the womb, you're still so attached to her breast and everything that you're not really an individual. You can't be said to have an individual subjectivity or anything, or like be an entity alone until a bit more of that initial mother-child separation. And only after that happens can we say that the dynamics of the Oedipus complex and the mirror stage and all of that, like that all happens after that.
Oh, by the way, antinomies, early antinomies.
I was saying it weird.
Yeah, you were. It's fine. It's cute.
I pulled up on my screen the Sahara thing, so it's saying that like the glacial period was 8 to 6,000 BCE. So yeah, I mean that kind of matches up, I think, with like changes in the environment also leading probably to like migrations and maybe related to those dynamics that you mentioned. The stars though, okay, so here's the thing. You know, a lot of the psychoanalytic stuff keeps trying to make things like a matryoshka doll, like a nested thing where like you have that dynamic, but then you can maybe say that exists on like the level of the globe, or maybe at the level of the country, at the level of the province, the city, the family home, and then in the family dynamic, it's like, yeah, men versus like women and children. You could say between the mother and child or something. You could say, and then here's where it gets like, you know, the deepest thing would be inside of each person there is some sort of splitting. Yes. Right. And I think what you mentioned about Africa also points to this, because if we all came out of there and it's like the originary thing, if the Africans were also looking up at the stars and thinking of them as this higher abstract whiteness up there, yeah, like that already implies that this splitting was internal to them, to some extent, right? Before they even migrated elsewhere.
Well, like to like build on this, like again, like to like further on this. So like I you know, I'm into like Egypt and like Egyptology and all this stuff. So I was like reading up on this. So like if you're familiar with the Ankh, the entire Ankh kind of symbolizes like a lot of like this like dynamic. So like the loop on top of the Ankh actually represents a feminine principle. So like this is different from like the cross, where like it's like a male principle.
Yeah, that's always interesting to me, actually.
Right. So like the cross is like divided into 3 parts. So like you have like the loop on top, you have like the bar in the middle, and you have the bar at the bottom. So like the bar at the bottom actually represents Osiris, which is like, the idea is that like Osiris, he was like split into like pieces by like his brother Set, and then after Isis, who is like representative like the moon Sirius. Yeah, there's the Ankh. Like, and she had to like go and get his pieces and then put them back together. But like when he went back together, he became Lord of the Underworld. So like what you can think of it like this is like, if you want to like use like our weird like math dynamic, like basically he became like the bottom superposition inside the zero to prevent you from like falling into the hole and continue to fall forever. That's how like the Egyptian like mythology describes it. By creating like the world of like the underworld and like the undead, he basically made it so like there's like a place for you to go in the afterlife instead of just right, because like that way like but like most depictions like of like an underworld and a lot of like spirituality or whatever, they think of this as like, oh, the worst place to be, you're in like hell or whatever. But in Egypt they didn't think of it like this. They thought of it instead as like, oh well, you're becoming one with the soul and your like soul is going to be in the soil. Like I don't know if you know this, but like in ancient Egypt they actually called themselves like ancient Kemet, and they were called the Kemites. And what Kemet actually means is like black land. Like this is why a lot of like Afro like Pan-Africans, they talk about like the ancient Egyptians saw themselves as black because they saw themselves as like the land. So like we're actually like bridging this. Like remember what I talked to you about, like, oh well, the black woman was actually considered like the soil, that she was fertilized on. Well, like the whole idea was that like the people in the underworld in Africa who were like under like the rule of Osiris, they would like continue in the idyllic field of reeds that would help to like fertilize the land and like help the crops grow. So like this was tied into like the idea of like the Nile and the cycles of the Nile, which is associated with Sothis, which is also again the phases of the moon, which goes in the idea of cycles, which like you can tie to like the woman's menstrual cycle, actually, monthly cycles, which is why we tie that to the moon. But anyways, but like the idea was that the man's body had to like go into the ground, so that way it can create the soil upon which like his essence or like his soul, because like depictions of Osiris after he like was put back together show him as green, and green was associated with like fertility and like growth of like plant life and everything like that. So the idea was that like the reason that like the ancient Egyptians buried themselves is because they saw it as like their physical bodies would like go into the ground to like give it life. And then if they were like a particularly like good person, then like their soul would be like balanced on like against like the weight of Mahat against the feather of truth. And then their higher essence would float into the sky, and then it would be amongst the stars. Like the star would be basically their higher soul, basically. So like you have this kind of three separations of mind, body, and soul.
I guess to get to that highest level, I mean, that only happens after the contact with the afterlife.
Exactly. So like here's where like the part of like the top part, the loop, the feminine principle comes in. That part is associated with Nut, who is the goddess of the sky. So like here's the interesting thing, right? Like normally we think of sky as like high-minded, we think of it as like a masculine principle. Like, we think of like Yahweh, the god, like God or whatever.
Yeah. For the patriarchal religions, yes.
Exactly. But like in Egypt, the highest principle, the sky, like what we would again, I guess, call the feminine logos, we would actually associate her with femininity. And like what Nut symbolized was essentially the limit of like the night sky that the stars would be caught on. She was like a cosmic womb that caught all the stars, so it didn't fly into chaos. So that's why like the idea is that the reason the stars are all anchored in space is because she's catching them so they don't fly off forever. So like you can think of that.
So the woman is also constraining the man somehow.
Exactly. This kind of goes into what I was talking about, like the black trans woman and like her not even being matter. What do you go when you go farther than that, when she's not even matter? She's the void of the final frontier of the voice of space itself. She's the empty fullness.
I'm so mad I'm not done my stupid drawing. I had a perfect drawing about this. I'm just not finished and happy with it.
So like
I would have shown you. You would have liked it for this context.
Okay, so like in principle, the ancient Egyptians saw like the souls of like people. They were like, in this way, you can see it as like going to sexuation. They were telic, and they were flying into the female logos of space, right? And they were basically returning to her fullness, so they can be like they could be like attached in the cosmos and like be in the higher mind. But like basically what I'm trying to get at is that like, because I remember before you were talking about like, oh, the logos and like it needs a limit or whatever, right? Well, I'm arguing that symbolically the black trans woman would be that cat. Yeah, because the empty fullness of space itself is the thing that catches that high-mindedness.
Okay,
And
okay.
you get where I'm going with that?
Oh my god. Okay, I do, but let's not talk about that here.
Okay.
No, I think a lot of what you said makes sense. I'm curious, like, do you ever for stuff that you read about Egypt? I mean, do you ever also look at more like, I don't know, feminist accounts of it, or like more feminist analysis, and not just like historical, like more general kind of stuff? Because I feel like if there is like a very feminist critical perspective on that, maybe that could reveal some more things. Because I mean,
I try and do some cross like referencing, but the problem is that again, like the vast majority of feminist literature is done by white feminists.
yeah, they don't care. No, I mean, okay, that's a good point.
Right.
I would look at it some more too.
Okay, but like here's what I'm getting at is like I find in general there's just a lot less worry to do when you're coming in from like looking up like ancient Kemet and like all this stuff, because like our entire concept of like what patriarchy is in essence a fundamentally white concept. Because like a lot of time, like for example, I remember like you probably hear this all the time, but like people would always say like, oh, there's no matriarchal societies, right? But like our entire conception of what a matriarchal society would be is itself contingent on trying to be a mirror of like what patriarchy is. So you would expect like,
so a matriarchal society wouldn't just be like, oh, the family line goes through the female, but we all just do the same like cynical competition against each other that like men do.
It would instead be itself based on feminist principles. And I do think some white feminists actually talk about this. But like basically this kind of goes into what I was talking about. So like a lot of like research on like ancient Egypt shows that the ancient Egyptians were themselves matrilineal. So like the legitimacy and actually like this is funny because I remember reading up on this, but like the Jews are actually the same way, right? Like your legitimacy is actually based on like your birth through the mother line.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you think about
it still managed to be very patriarchal despite it.
Right. It managed to, but like, and we can go into that why. Like that's something I have to do more research into. So like that's actually an interesting place for discussion. But like we can like it's actually interesting to think about this because when you think about it, it does make more sense for the legitimacy of the heir to be through the mother line, because through the mother line is where you can prove the legitimacy of like your lineage the most.
Yeah, but that's also the logic of patriarchy for, okay, like they would just use the women to maintain that family line because it is legitimate, but they just control the women for that, right? So
right, but like in Egypt, it wasn't seen that way. Instead, it was seen as like the man is actually acting on behalf of the woman. So like the reason the man is taking the again like Osiris, you know, like when he's actually cut in half and then he's put back together by Isis. He doesn't go up above her; he goes underground below, right? And then he rules the underworld to support her. So that means he becomes the ground she walks on, and then provide
like that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it needs to be something sort of like that. One of the things I mentioned to Kat in the previous video was the whole like syntax distinction. The idea that in the like Western society, let's say before modernity, still women man doesn't designate like a semantic difference between two entities. It designates a syntactic position within a sentence that says whether you're the acting agent or whether you're the passive patient. And this is not simply like a matter of oppression, because what the sexuation is doing is it's creating the category of people who do and the category of people who it's done for or done on behalf of, or you could say it's done to them, but like I think what you described with the Egypt situation, where it's like on behalf of the woman somehow, and that creates a more like beneficial dynamic of some sorts that is like more workable.
But like it kind of goes into what like I always used to tell you all the time, that like women ultimately set the conditions.
Yes. And this bothered me so much, but I get it more now.
Right, exactly. Because ultimately, when you think about it, like no matter which like culture you're talking about, ultimately women are, whether or not they like agree to like whether or not they're like whether or not you consider it's fair or not, they're ultimately always consenting to like creating the conditions that men quote unquote oppress them under, right? So like for example, like this kind of goes into the idea of like white feminism, or like why a lot of like black feminists critique like white feminism, is that ultimately the white woman is always complicit in patriarchy by like putting like cementing her position in relation to it as a victim. Because it prevents anyone else. Like she kind of acts like a gatekeeper. Basically, she acts like a cock blocker. Like she blocks the gate because she basically like centers herself in the central position of like victimhood, which I would argue therefore that like the central nexus of like the symbolic order is not actually the man, but actually the woman.
It's the woman. It's oriented around the woman.
Yeah.
One of the other ways I was trying to explain this to somebody was that like you can say that in some sense the place of like women's subjectivity is the cut or the hole in the symbolization of reality that things are oriented around in some way or another. So it's kind of like implied that we're doing this because women want to, even though the position of like women wanting something is never a substantial thing that somebody inhabits. Like you can't have one main woman that is like, well, you could try to define it in some sort of more authoritarian society, but like
I'd argue that the inability to do so is a consequence again of like the Eurocentric symbolic. Like I'll get into that. So
yeah. Well, part of their problem is because we, and this is related to how white women act as this like gatekeepers. Yeah, like they're kind of set. Okay, this like victim status that actually prevents like other groups from properly like advancing or recognizing themselves in a way. But the how is I trying to go with this? Like basically, yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right that through their coincidence like with that position or kind of what they claim that they are, or like whether they identify as victims, like that is both stabilizing or driving the system somehow, like causing the man to continue doing the same things that had already led us to this level of oppression. So like it's not really helping at that point.
But like this kind of goes, but this goes into a further point that I want to make. It circles back to like the entire concept of the logos, and this bothered me when you said it. But like,
actually, hold on, I realized what I was saying. So, okay, I said the category of sexuation is people who do and people who is done for. Now, the feminists have basically made it so that okay, women want to be empowered subjects like men are, so they kind of join the side of the ones who are doing, but now we don't have who it's done for, right? So we're kind of lost as a society. Like we're just like doing this runaway process of capitalism, but it's seemingly for no reason, because we are supposed to maintain that kind of stopping point. Like the feminists can't simply just see that there's this divide and then be like, okay, we'll just step on the good side of it and now the problem is fixed, because the problem is the fact that the divide exists in the first place. Well, to me at least, that's a straightforward kind of leads to like, no, the women can't just take the victim position. They need to be like still acting and using their privilege, but doing it. I mean, I guess that might be sort of like on behalf of or for the other more oppressed minorities.
Well, because white women don't exist, remember?
They can use their non-existence in like a positive way, and they use it in like a selfish way.
I don't know if they can. I mean, yes, they can use it in a positive
way. They like abuse their victim position in a sense. Like they cry those crocodile white women tears when it like suits them, but
they don't just do that though. They also exploit the black woman, and in a lot of cases also keep the black man in the position. So that way he reinforces her concept of victimhood while she benefits from it in a positive sense. Because here's the thing, right? Like this goes back kind of to my idea of like everyone came from Africa. So that means blackness is the ontological like real, basically. Right? Yeah. So that means the constitution of woman within the context of the symbolic order is a mask that's projected on her. But so is the concept of whiteness. And that concept of whiteness supersedes even like her being a woman. So like her non-womanness is a function of the symbolic order, because the symbolic order essentially, it doesn't actually see like woman as a subject, but like you have to ask like this kind of goes again into my idea of like the logos or whatever, and like the idea that it made itself, right? So like, again, I think that's an illegal chess move, because we have to remember like when the logos was like before it split, it was technically both the logos and not the logos. And the thing that it split from was also the logos and not the logos.
Yes.
Right.
I agree with that.
So that means when the Logos made itself, quote unquote, it didn't make itself by itself. It made itself with the part of itself that it's separated from. Both of them consented to this. It just, they agreed to selectively remember and forget different parts. So that means
Yeah.
that means that the victimhood position of the white woman is something that she consented to and agreed to, and then forgot.
It's unconscious, kind of.
And yes,
So
unconscious.
am I started the
And
thing
then
where I was talking
itself,
about
the Logos itself also forgot that it was also the quote unquote white woman.
right?
And that
So this is what I'm saying with like ever since the subject talked to another, he saw himself, but he forgot he was actually seeing the barred subject. So it's kind of like, yeah, I think. I mean, I'm not sure what I can say about like the white women wanting it. I think it's like unconscious in a way that they're doing it, but also
like,
yes, like the men are also performing in a conscious way. It's just they have a different relation to the system.
sure, but remember,
regardless.
white women doesn't exist. And remember, man one is actually a child, not a man. I don't know if you're like putting the pieces together.
I just want to say another way I've phrased it was like, so the social function is both like totalizing and exempting her from the universe of discourse. So she
that
is
itself is,
part
like,
of the
looking-
whiteness somehow, but she's not a real subject in it. But like
But
that's
that itself
what
is
they
a
end up.
fantasy. But that's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
getting at.
yeah, they're participating in it, and they're participating in it
Right.
by doing like naive pro-white woman feminism.
Exactly. So that means in the real, she actually is the Logos
Well,
who engages in the fantasy of not being it, so that way she can be oppressed and benefit from the jouissance of the oppression.
Anybody who is identifying with the symbolic position that the system is like giving them is, well, any like valid social identity the system gives them is already performing kind of through the Logos. And I would say even like Black people, if they are in America and they, you know, like, okay, yes, slavery happened, but maybe it's like there are several generations removed. They managed to establish themselves with a family, their own like petite bourgeoisie like aspirations of matching these like white people. Like, okay, they maybe won't fully count as white, but
Afro-pessimists would I agree and disagree, but like most Afro-pessimists would disagree with you because they would say that like they were ultimately always, whether consciously or subconsciously, always mediated through like the position of like the white.
Well, I would say it's unconsciously, and at the conscious level, they think that they're just universal subjects who are also like just promoting themselves, kind of, and they would also be operating within the fantasy.
Or rather, they insist to themselves that they do in order to like protect their fragile egos, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this cool image of like further splitting. Actually, I won't find it now. I wanted to just mention a couple of small things about ontological blackness. So if we look at the world systems map again, okay, so I was explaining how people came out of Africa and like, or I mean, you were explaining it, but yeah, it's like you can see it on the map. But if we look at the representation of this at a level of like matter and capitalist abstraction, it looks something like this, where the periphery and what we considered like global South, the Africa, and so on, that is like already encompassing everything else inside of it. Right. And really like the imperial core is, it's like rising up, but it's more localized and it's kind of, maybe you could say it's in the middle, but it's contained within this larger whole. And I also noticed the same relationship.
Wait, let's stay here. I would argue that like it's still within the context of whiteness. I would argue that.
Well, that's because there is this periphery core system. I mean, if we got rid of capitalism, we won't.
No, but like even the concept of like this, like with the periphery of like the cheap later raw materials, like that itself is encompassed in whiteness, like a white framework. It's like the entire.
Okay, would you agree that if you step out of the white framework, this is no longer valid?
How do you step out of the white framework?
You're out of it. You tell me.
I mean, yeah, I am out of it.
But so like, from the perspective of the outside,
here's the thing. I didn't like completely step out of it by myself. I was essentially like pushed out of it so far that like I'm just kind of here. Like I at some point I kind of just decided like, okay, I'm gonna just keep walking out, and that's how I got here. and eventually go, oh man, I have to talk about
Where
that.
do you if you didn't walk out, where do you think you would end up? Would you be an SJW that's like
I was when
a
I was
black
younger.
hotep? Would you have become?
I would never be a hotep. I'd never be a hotep.
Okay.
Because like the entire concept of hotep is like hoteps aren't like hotepism is like you take Christianity and like you retroactively impose it on like ancient Egypt. So like a hotep person would like insist that like they would like basically like it's basically like cultural appropriation, or like you put a white black mask on top of the blackness. Basically, you get like an Oreo cookie. Oh, I have to talk about Oreo-ness later after. But anyway, basically like a Kemet person basically just performs Christianity with an Egyptian like costume.
I mean, I would also say they're operating by the same like logos and identity. Like
yeah, they use the same patriarchy, everything. They just like basically they would be the colored people that the white subject describes, which is why I often talk about like African Americans as like being white technically, because they're like because it makes sense.
They're like aspiring to whiteness, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're the blackness that reinforces the alienated, like they're the alienated blackness that reinforces the alienated whiteness of the white U.S. subject, in essence.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I'll need to think about it some more. I just wanted to mention one more thing. Is this is also this diagram? I noticed a similarity with what I know from computing. So there's this thing called like automata theory, which is basically
like near automata.
Sort of. It's just an abstraction of formal logic that tries to explain how you could have like combinational arithmetic, kind of, and then how you could have more complex problems and like computers that perform those complex problems, all the way to the most generalized form of computing, which is a Turing machine, right? So if you guys remember Alan Turing, the gay whatever British like a person who helped crack through like the Enigma German encryption in World War II and like helped the war stuff because of that. Had these like huge advancements in computing with the halting problem, and I think personally that his female sexuation actually led him to these discoveries. This is like a controversial thing, but looks like this.
Wait, this is where I have to talk about that again. So like. We keep jumping over this, but like again, like your conception of female sexuation is still within the Eurocentric framework, which doesn't include the context of woman, right? Because woman doesn't exist. Like,
I can't say what that woman is for sure.
Right, but like I'm arguing that I can, because again, I'm so abstracted outside of that like I can see the real woman, quote unquote, right?
Well, you still end up saying though that the function of the woman is something like limiting the man. Like, isn't that still the same dynamic? It's maybe a more elaborate way. Like it's a proper way of doing it. You could say it's like the man goes on the bottom, the woman stays on top, and then even though there's like a nominal maybe hierarchy of man over woman, in practice it's actually like this more.
But like, check your language, right? Check your language. You said limiting the man. That means you're still looking at from the telic position of the male's like telic function. You're seeing her as the limit of the man, so you're still looking at from the male sexuated perspective. You're seeing the male as the actor, and he is being like stopped by the woman, right?
Well,
so that's male sexuality.
Isn't it a male that goes down into the underworld?
Yeah, but like he goes down there because he's sent there by the recombining of his body by Isis.
But what is the woman to you? Can I just like ask directly? Do you have like an answer? Yeah.
Okay. So like again, this goes back to my idea of like ontological blackness, and like the black trans woman would be like the empty fullness of space itself that contains the logos. I would argue that she is the container. She is the thing that holds everything. She's like you can think of her as like the blanket that holds the baby boy, if you will.
Okay, but I feel like that's not too far from where I was going with this, which is the woman is more base and fundamental and encompasses.
But again, like the idea of like the space is that it is like higher than even like the high aspiration, high thinking, right? Because it's the blanket upon which the canvas of like the logos is even like put on. That means it existed before even the logos, right? This kind of goes into the idea like Fanon talks about like whiteness is always haunted by the fact that like it needs blackness to like describe itself, but that means
Yeah.
blackness always existed before it, right? So this kind of goes into the same thing with like the logos. That would mean that the logos, even before that it became like when it was still like whole in one, before it was even like the logos really, when it was like whatever, it still existed in relation to like the empty space that it came from.
I mean, we could say it like that, but I feel like that doesn't change the conclusion.
What it means is that ultimately that, how can I put it? It means that like we can describe like the black trans woman or like the empty space as like the ultimate adversary, if you will, the unstoppable, like the ultimate limit, the empty fullness, the like the infinite basically that you fly into and like you go on in forever, and that you can't actually like get into. You can't. It's like it's basically the idea that like it's trying to return to a nothingness that didn't exist because it was never actually nothing.
Okay.
CS, so somebody in chat said, so is it bad to be the black trans woman or what? What are we trying to say? I feel like we need to get
There's actually
your
like,
opinion.
yeah, there's actually some writings that actually talk about black trans joy and the idea that like essentially like if you think of like there's this idea like in psychoanalytic theory there's this idea of like jouissance, right, which is the idea of like being fully like symbolized and therefore being like
Well, that's like phallic Tucson. That's like what the system promises, but can
right.
never properly deliver on.
So like black trans joy is like going even beyond that because like now you're like outside of like you're like basically like a step right outside the edge of the real itself now, right? You're so abstracted you're even beyond that. So there's this idea of like black trans joy where it's like your entire existence is basically like you're basically like an unstoppable, like unmanageable, unreachable, like infinite fullness that like nothing like the symbolic order can't do anything about. So like basically it's essentially saying that like my mere existence as a black trans woman, because I can't be symbolized, I defy all logic, and no matter what the logos does, it can't reach me. I'm basically like I'm basically a living like taunting it and trolling it basically. Like my existence is a radical and essentially like
Yeah.
rebellion.
I don't know. I know you want to convince me. We'll talk about it. We'll continue talking about it probably forever.
Like
but like,
also my
I
idea that like
think
it's
this is
essentially
not
creates its own symbol.
ultimately, like this is still ultimately leading kind of to the same conclusions of.
I don't think we're not going in the same place. I'm more just kind of leaving breadcrumbs for you to like
Okay,
follow.
sure.
If that makes any sense. Like there's this idea like would it be fair to describe you like okay, a cat, I know like you're a fan of JREG, right? JREG has this idea of like the autismophrenia scale, right? Right. So like I would describe like Yara as like being more on like the autism scale, and I would be more on like the schizophrenia scale, which is more like lateral thinking and connecting ideas, whereas her is more just like vertically thinking up and down in like a structure. Although like
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Lyra definitely approaches information in the autismo scale on that one. Very deep, very in-depth, very like dense.
Right. And I would say like I'm more like connecting different, which kind of again connects to this idea of like, you know, stars and like stargazing, right? Because like constellations are formed by connecting the stars. It goes into the syncretic idea. So I'd argue
Yeah.
that like you could argue in essence that like schizophrenia is actually a condition of like blackness and therefore a condition of confronting the real.
I can
I
see that. Yeah.
see. I see. I do have a question though. It almost feels like it's being boiled down to like the role of women or like females. I don't know if we're talking about sex or gender here, but is to be like the ruler of the commons, like the social life, the logos, as both of you keep saying. And then, you know, men are like the interactors with the commons, and like you're saying they're being used to build up this kind of like society collective, right? Like is that what you...
I'm going even deeper than that. I'm saying that like by the logic of like psychoanalytic theory, the role of the woman is to simultaneously be both. She is both the limit setter and she is also the progenitor at the same time, which is kind of where I was talking about Oreo cookies. like you can think of it as like the center core would be black, and then afterwards there's everything on the inside, and then on the outside limit is also like the not all that is blackness, that is space. And in between that you have light and earth and everything, basically.
I see.
Right. I don't know if
I'm a
making
little
any-
confused.
Yeah,
I'm a little
sorry.
confused,
Sorry.
but
I was trying to point at this automata theory stuff because it says some similar things. This is like with the stuff that Turing like discovered or tried to prove about whether you could decide a general algorithm that could decide all other algorithms. So it's like the ultimate computer that can
Right.
determine the truth of all other computers, or if it will continue running forever. And he was basically saying that there can be no such algorithm that is like the ultimate decider of everything. I found this line interesting. It could be through this proof shows that for like I don't know some sort of system like capitalist patriarchy, determine if it has a stopping point. There could be a pathological program which makes F make an incorrect determination,
Right.
which is kind of interesting. So like that also kind of hints at this idea that there's a sort of process that could potentially go on forever, but there is something introduced to it that necessarily stops it from doing that.
But wouldn't
Whatever
that
he
mean
called it pathological.
wouldn't there also be a thing that like makes it so that that function of stopping it is like constantly deferred in of itself, or like its own essence is like its own like constant deferral? Like basically it would be like the again, it would be like the adversary, right? It'd be like its job is to constantly be the thing that's the limit, but like it's can't be reached. So it's like a limit that's also constantly being deferred in front of you.
Yeah, and limit that's constantly being deferred. I mean, I feel like that could refer to the undecidability, essentially. That it
Okay, there you go.
like does it does go somewhere, it does get stopped, but we like can't say where that would be. It'll continue starting and stopping like somewhere else, maybe. But I feel like so this is an automata theory. They explain it like this: like the Turing machine is the most generalized form of computing, or the most generalized form of thinking that can potentially decide anything, but it could also be infinite. So like the infinity that's kind of containing everything is out here, and then the levels inside is more abstract, more restricted forms of logic. And at the core of it here, combinational logic would basically just be your arithmetic and like the most precise kind of short, like A equals A formal logic lives here, and the complexity of different time and execution of how to do things, that's this infinity, is like down here. And again, you have a structure where it's like containing the other levels.
Right, exactly. But like then again, that's still in the context of whiteness, but then outside of that you would have like the limit of like the infinite space of blackness.
when you say like when you're talking about whiteness, are you talking about like Western culture, this like capitalist imperialist culture, or are you referring to literally like white people culture?
Well, I don't think there's like fundamentally a difference.
What if there's like, oh, okay, I don't know.
Okay, so like here's like essentially I'm arguing that like if we look at like because like there's this idea that like nature created like man so that way man could like work on nature or whatever. Like I forget who said that. You probably know, Lara. What was it like that whole idea?
Several people, I don't know, a lot of people said that.
Right. So like what I'm arguing is that like blackness invented whiteness basically is what I'm saying. Blackness invented whiteness. So that way it can simultaneously have something to oppress it and something to like fight, like to like always be a specter over at the same time.
Mm-hmm. I can kind of see it. No, I can kind of see that. Yeah, especially with what you said about like the stars and stuff. I feel like that ties it well together.
Are you saying this is like an active thing, or just like
basically we can blame racism on Black people?
Yeah,
true.
Actually, I have this whole thing about like how the original like concept of like demons is probably related to like melanation. Okay, so like I have to talk about this, but like okay, so how much of you are familiar with like Chernobyl?
I mean, somewhat, I guess.
You know, like the nuclear, right? Exactly. So like what scientists find is that they find a lot of like mushrooms in like the Chernobyl area, and they actually managed to grow and thrive off the radiation in the Chernobyl area from the nuclear explosion. And the way that
so
they're able,
mycelium.
yeah, but like the way that they're able to do that, you want to know how they do it? It's actually because of the special super dark melanin content in the mushroom. So you
I don't
can
know. I
say
guess like do we need to research like the ontology of melanin more?
we actually do. There's like a lot of research into it. Like
It's very interesting.
yeah. So basically the idea is that like the melanin is actually not even just like absorbing it out of it and then like the mushroom is like dying. It's actually thriving off of it. So it's like you can think of it almost like the Incredible Hulk. Like the melanin itself is like absorbing and like transforming all the radiation into power to feed the mushroom. And it's because of the melanin in the mushroom. And the mushroom, I forget the exact name of the mushroom. I've been calling it the CS mushroom. Like you can basically
Cute.
think of it. Yeah, you can think of it as like basically it absorbs toxicity and then it becomes stronger.
Okay, so you're saying if we have melanin, then we're able to do that. If we don't have melanin, we
A
get
lot of
owned by the toxicity.
a lot of the Afrocentrists are like obsessed with. I mean, even like the Nation of Islam people, but even like Pan Africanism, like they're like all like thinking about like the ontology of like melanin and like all of its properties. Like, did you know like there's actually multiple types of melanin? Like we think of melanin as just that thing that like makes like black people's skin more brown, but like there's like melanin. Different
Melanocytes, like there's different cells, right?
well, the melanocytes are the things that produce melanin. But like then you have like the different kinds of melanin. So for example, you have like eumelanin, which is like the kind of melanin that like makes my skin more brown, for example. And that's actually produced by like the melanocytes in the skin. But then after you also have like neuromelanin. There's melanin in your brain, for example. Like your actual brain is actually melanated on the inside of it. And so like, and it's actually shown that like it's directly related to like cognitive function. So that means like melanin content in the brain is actually related to like your brain capacity, for example. And then of course there's melanin in your hair. Like for example, that's why I talked about earlier about like gingers. They have like more melanin. Like blonde hair is actually associated with less melanin. So the more blonde your hair is, the less melanin content.
Yeah, I mean it's like closer to again like less saturated kind of.
Right. But like so here's a thing that a lot of like the researchers are doing on melanin is that like historically melanin has been associated with like protection against the sun. Like it's the idea that like like the UV rays get like bounced off or like dispersed out of like the skin from the melanin. But but a lot of people are disputing this as a Eurocentric myth. Like a lot of research is instead showing that instead it like disperses it by absorbing it and transforming it. So the idea is that actually melanin is actually like an adaptation to like being in the sun all the time that makes you stronger by making you able to absorb the radiation from the sun. Like there's this story about like this woman, for example, who's like very dark and she spends a lot of time in the sun and she actually doesn't need to eat that much because like she's actually just converting a lot of the energy into like fuel for like her body. So she just isn't reliant on like eating as much. Although a lot of people call her a quack because of course they're going to, because you know, they don't want like all like the freaking white elites don't want like blackness to be like cool or whatever. But like so there's a lot of research into like melanin action.
I don't know about not being cool. I feel like I mean aren't black people like what is some of the main like cool cultural experts of America? Like
not if you're white and not if you're white and male, the black subject actually like triggers the castration anxiety in the white male subject. It goes into the whole idea of miscegenation or whatever. I have
it's bound up. I mean, it's bound up with like the sexism, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, like, I have this whole thing about like miscegenation and how like Kill la Kill is actually symbolically like tied to the concept of miscegenation.
Miscegenation, you mean like race mixing?
Kind of like in like the symbolic psychoanalytical sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go into that some other time. That's like a whole different conversation.
All right, I wanted to discuss a few more things from this list because I want to get like to the main point, which is what I was going to say about family and identity.
Right.
So are you guys able to see my list right now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so the first couple of things I just wanted to mention is about the fact that sexuation always manifests itself somehow in these like hierarchies that form seemingly kind of organically. I mean, we can contest how much of that is like social imposition, but one example to think of is obviously in prisons, there's this dynamic where, you know, there's like guys who are like prison gay, and there's guys who get like raped maybe.
Felicia
that
Johnson.
is also essentially there's another kind of differentiation that happens between people who are like more masc or more femme. And the contention of psychoanalytic feminists would be that that is essentially how gender started at the beginning. Was, if you think of like a group of all guys where maybe like just one or maybe some of them are kind of like feminine, it might create this dynamic where they're treated differently by the other guys. And then within that context,
this is
they
white,
kind of become
white
the woman.
Eurocentric male brain thinking.
So they become a woman within a certain context that is at the start like all males, and that happens in prisons. That's happened in like various traditional societies. The other example I was going to pull up is from. So this is a British writer from like the 19th,
British,
late
you
19th,
say.
20.
British, you say.
Where he was like a early promoter of like gay rights and stuff. I think he was homosexual himself, but he basically went to like a British all boys private school or like a boarding school, I think. Late 19th century. And you can see here is describing like, every boy of good looks had a female name, and was recognized through his like relation to some other bigger boy to whom he yielded his person as a lover. So I think that like this sort of dynamic is just emblematic of like all male spaces where there's a sameness at the beginning. The sameness becomes differentiated through some sort of principle.
I would say this is white male spaces.
Racialized spaces who have been affected by whiteness in the modern world will also have this kind of dynamic.
Sure, but like they would also not have it to the pronunciation to the degree, even if they do have it. And to whatever the degree it's expressed, it's being read through a white lens. So like even the dynamic itself is not necessarily being performed in this way for these reasons. It's just we're retroactively imposing a white lens on how we look at it. I don't know, does that make sense?
Sort of. I don't fully agree, but
that's fine.
That's just trying to kind of establish that there is something about these hierarchies.
Can I finish my point about like melanin and like the like
Oh, did you have more to say about melanin? Yeah, sure.
Right. So I've been doing research into this, but like if you look like a lot of like ancient like depictions of like ancient people, they actually do have like depictions of black people that are like pure black, which of course like most black people today aren't pure black or like some level of brown, right? But like, so what that suggests though is that because like they would have depictions of like brown people and then they would have like pure black people. So my theory is that like hyper melanated people that were like so melanated to the point that they were black were probably like so powered from melanin that they became like the image of like the original like demonic figure, and like that's where like the encoded like fear or like aversion to like melanin or blackness that we find in whiteness today probably came from. Probably like a resistance or fear from like this figure, because you have to imagine like if melanin is able to like process like all this radiation or whatever, like they would probably be giving off a lot of heat from their body alone, right? Because like if you think of like infrared like radiation or whatever, like melanin is shown to like being able to like process like the
do black people have higher surface body temperature? Like,
yes, I get hot all the time.
But I mean, is that actually like a fact? I don't know.
You can look into it if you want. Yes, from what I've read, from my personal experience and from what I've read, like yes, like we actually do like release more heat from our bodies because of that. Because it's one of the main ways that our body regulates.
Actually, you know what? I'll say something interesting now. The old like ancient Greek philosophers and like around that era and later on, I mean, one of the main differentiating principles that they saw between men and women was hot and cold. Like Aristotle basically thought that men are born when like the sperm or whatever is like too like hot or something in the womb, and then if it's a woman that's born, then it was like too cold or something.
That's
and
interesting.
their dynamic was kind of based on that. So like women are okay. Well, we already all of us know probably that our extremities kind of get colder, and we need to like steal body heat from guys and stuff.
That's an interesting one. I have to look into that one.
So I mean, yeah, there's something to that as well.
But yeah,
Well,
like
okay. When I was saying the hierarchy earlier with like the boys' school, it doesn't have to be masc and femme, but the point is just that within any kind of social group where there isn't like well established rules to keep things more harmonious, like they will tend towards some kind of separation.
I
That
agree that there's a
separation will have characteristics of class, sex, and race.
yeah.
Like somehow.
But what I'm arguing is that it's less masc and femme and more like the framing of femme is more because of sexism. And that it's actually more
Yeah.
older, younger. It's more
Well,
man-child.
I mean that too. Obviously, in like ancient like pederasty and stuff, it would also be like a adult male and like a teenage boy or something, right?
Correct. Right.
Uh,
So I'm saying it's more that, and it's more because again, like Aristotle, for example, saw like women as underdeveloped men, right? This feeds into this whole idea as well. It's like the woman
they weren't
is-
hot. They were too cold. Like their core didn't like expand or something.
and they also saw like the vagina as like an underdeveloped penis or whatever that like didn't come out all the way or whatever. So like I would say this is related to that, right? It's all tied into this kind of idea. And to me that makes sense if you tie it back into what I talked about, like northern cradle theory, right? Because like if you had a culture that was predominantly defined by males that were hanging out with other males, and their culture and like their value system was primarily around like what they were able to do outside of the house, then that would probably be the source of what misogyny was, right? Like if you're like this guy and you're out here trying to like hunt like a mammoth or whatever in the cold winter, like the winter is horrible and evil and harsh and whatever, is destroying you. You're just trying to eat and survive. There's no like plants or fruit because it's too cold or whatever. And your survival is based on your ability to overcome this mammoth. Then like you're gonna have like it would make sense that you would develop like this more homosexual like predisposition, at least as it's described in this way that you're describing. Because you know the guy would probably go out with his sons or whatever, or like his apprentices or like his undermen, and then after he would engage in like the battle with like the mammoth or whatever, and that would be like the source of like how the culture like whatever was able to stabilize and survive. So the woman would be seen as more like this kind of probably where like the idea of like the idea of like the white suburban man describing the wife as like a bald and Jane, for example, right? So like I'm saying this is probably where like this idea comes from. It's probably embedded like epigenetically in like this idea that like the woman was kind of seen as like another child in this sense because she was in home with the children. So there's probably like this link here between like like this kind of goes into like what we were talking about, like the idea of like the idea of man being set by like the limits, like man too, and then eventually woman is like the fertile depository for all the things that he's not, right? So like one of those things would be the man, would be the child function. This is kind of like why in our society we equate womanhood with youth and like being younger, for example. Like that's why, like, for example, it's considered like we have this idea in our culture that men want to have sex with very young
Sure.
women, right? Like that's interconnected as well. So
Yeah.
I'd say it's more this like this hierarchy that you're describing is more related to this. And like
So-
everything else is like circling around this hierarchy, and it's more related to like age than it is around gender. And gender just is kind of getting wrapped into it.
I mean, we could say that it's like any of those, or okay, like maybe it's primarily age. Like we could say which aspect of
It
it is
doesn't
more.
necessarily have to
I
be
think-
like biological
No,
age.
but listen, no, I agree. It doesn't have to be biological age either. But my thing with framing this would just be that okay, the reason it's manifested in this example that I'm showing with like the whatever these gay fucking whatever teens in like the all male boarding school, the reason that one is like sexed or gendered is because their grouping itself was based on sex. So if you take this group and you say, okay, everybody here is supposed to be male, that's like whatever hierarchy starts to form would be a dichotomy of like maleness or less maleness. Now,
Yeah,
if you took a group of all white people and you just said, okay, everybody in this group is defined because they're all white, in that context, you would start to get a hierarchy, but the hierarchy would take on a characteristic of whiteness and non-whiteness, kind of. So it's the basis of that group, the hierarchy that forms of that is like related to whatever is like the universal thing among them.
But you have to remember that like blackness exists ontologically before whiteness, even when the blackness isn't present. Like the white subject is always haunted by the fact that like blackness exists, right? So like even in the context of like not having like the distinction of whiteness, the white factor is still there, and the black factor, the not being black factor, is still there, even if it's unconscious.
I mean, those are like dynamics that happen after there's the interaction between the groups.
Well, because again, like white people used to be black, basically.
I mean, it just sounds like you're trying to frame it that the whiteness and blackness is like the most fundamental ontological division.
I think it probably might be, actually.
I mean,
or, at least, or if it's not, like whatever is like something even more like beyond that. It's not something before it. It's after it, and it would be something I'm not thinking of. But, like basically, like everything that you're talking about, I think it's like underneath the black-white factor. And you have to address that first, because like
maybe it's
again, before that you're even like a subject, you're already racialized, right? Like when you think of like
but I would say you're already sexualized if you're a subject. You have like a gender before you're born, before you're conceived. Even people would like assume what they want.
But again, within the Eurocentric logic, again, like the idea of like gender and like what a man or a woman is already, it takes into assumption that the subject is white, and that everyone who isn't can't even have like. This is why like the black feminists argue that like black women are ungendered. They don't even have a gender. Like dirt doesn't have a gender. The soil doesn't have a gender.
I don't buy it. No.
Oh, that's fine. There's also kind of why like
because like black people, before there existed white people, they already had a sex dynamic.
Was it a sex dynamic? From what I understand, it wasn't based on sex, their dynamics. It was actually just roles, and like there was a lot more fluidity. So like what a man or woman wasn't actually related to sex. It was more related to like position.
Sure, you could say it was like gender. They didn't have sex roles, but
yeah,
they had some sort of role that could be perceived as this similar dynamic of splitting, of hierarchy,
sure,
whatever.
But it didn't exist in the same way, is what I'm trying to get at. So like again,
yeah, it didn't exist in the same way, but I think that means that we can't say that blackness and whiteness is like the most fundamental. I mean, I think just the relation itself is the most fundamental. The splitting is the most fundamental thing, and whatever frame you want to say that it's race or sex is kind of like depending on the context of the universal or whatever is like the existing around it. But the most basic fundamental thing is just the splitting itself. Like that's all I would say.
Yeah, but the idea that the split was based on gender is based on white Eurologic. This is what I'm trying to get at. And again, blackness always precedes whiteness. Again, ontologically. Like if you think about it like this, like black, like the objet petit in like freaking Lacan's symbolic order, it would itself be represented by like a black A, like autre or like alpha, right? It would be black because the whiteness would be like the frame around which the black A is held. So like there always has to be that structural shit. This is kind of like goes into like I was thinking about this in terms of like art and drawing, right? Like again, this goes in like the idea of like writing black on white paper. It's like there's this idea in like art circles about the white screen of death, or like the white screen of doom. And it's the idea that like the hardest part of drawing is when you have the beginning white page because you have no reference point. It's like too much overload. So like I was actually like I was like curious. So I actually like made one of my art pages black. And after I said, let me draw in white, and it was actually way easier for me to start. Like, so like this is what on the white screen of like on the white screen, like what people will tell you is just draw something, it doesn't matter what. So that way at least you have some reference point and then draw from there. So like even like on like a psychoanalytical part of just like the form of art and drawing, there's like this necessity for like some black thing to exist somewhere to have some reference point. Otherwise, you're just kind of like overloaded and you don't know what to fucking do.
I don't know. To me, even if we say that, well, again, your initial hierarchy in Africa was still some sort of principle of separation.
I would argue that, yeah, but like I would argue, this kind of goes back into what I was talking about melanin. I would argue that the artificial hierarchy was created because of levels of melanination between the people. And it was like an unconscious thing. Like they didn't even notice it at first. But like basically like the more melanin that you had, because like again, like melanin was also considered like related to like spiritual insight and like higher order like consciousness or whatever, like connection to like the stars or like the gods or whatever. And so like if you had more melanin and you were like able to like demonstrate like you had like more insight or whatever, then it would create like that divide, the caste system, and you would be elevated because everyone would like worship you for your insight. So it like created a de facto split there, but that would be based on melanization, so it would be based on black and white. It wouldn't be based on gender. So like even like even a melanated black woman would be considered more higher class than like a very buff white dude because she was more spiritual. Like the class system in Egypt was based on like spiritual, like that's why like the divine right of kings was like decided based on like the will of the gods or whatever, and whether or not your soul passed over was decided based on the gods. It wasn't based on like a king. The king was seen as like a servant of like the gods rather than the representation.
Yeah. I mean, the king held the god over his head, but like in reality, I mean, there is no god, and it's just what they're imposing with their system, kind of.
But
right?
like the Egyptians didn't see it as like, oh well, I'm the representation of God, so I say what it is. Instead, it was I'm the servant of God and I'm doing what he's doing. Like this actually goes into a bit of what I'm talking about free will. I would actually argue that the hyper melanated subject probably didn't even have free will.
Well, I would say depending on how coincident they were with their society, they would have no free will or subjectivity, essentially.
Right. They would just be going off of like, oh, they're just because they don't have like a point of like contrast. They're just acting basically, right? They're just doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, like even if we say that black-white is more fundamental than male-female, like I would still proceed by inscribing the split on the side of blackness and on the side of femaleness, and kind of go down to those levels to reduce the hierarchies. Like,
I would even argue that gender is probably more fundamental than the sex.
Okay, that I agree with. Yes.
Yeah.
Not biological sex, gender in terms of this difference in behavior or mode of behavior, like maybe the hunter-gatherer stuff, that is more fundamental hierarchy than the biological division of reproduction. Like
yes. But okay. I would also argue on top of that, like blackness and whiteness is probably more fundamental than that.
Okay, fine. Let's move on a little bit. I just wanted to say another interesting thing about how this relates to like desire and sexuality. So one of the things that, and this is from Kopchak, from a very good essay about Freud, and she's kind of explaining his conception of the id as being something that is the most base kind of mental level that is before subjectivity. It's kind of like the entire realm of unconscious fantasies that permeates society. So this is kind of like Jung's collective unconscious.
Collective unconscious. I was actually going to connect the black trans woman to the idea of collective unconscious because again, because like in his, I'm sorry I'm cutting off, but I really want to get this out of my system. So like if we think of like her as like symbolically representative of like space itself, and we think of like the sun as like representative of like consciousness, right? Like that's like the center of the solar system. We think of it as like the ego, basically, right? Then we would have to think of every star in the solar system as basically its own separate consciousness. So that means she would be holding the collective unconscious, or at least like having access to all of it.
Yeah, well, not having a defined symbolic position in the system would enable them, would kind of imply that they're closer to the collective unconscious or like have more access to it or something.
Exactly.
So he explains that there is this fundamental splitting that happens that connects, that inevitably connects every person to this collective unconscious field through their own id. Or you could say that the id itself is like an ocean, right? So he describes like an oceanic like feeling of approaching it. Like and he says that ego is attached or semi-attached to the id. And it's for this reason that we cannot fall out of the world.
Right.
So to me, this represents kind of the underworld, or like the base where even though we fall out of the realm of the ego and the social representation and the symbolic system, there is always like something that catches you at the bottom where you can't completely like I
Well,
mean,
there would still theoretically be a hole where you could like fall and then you're fucked. But like there was still just a
that would just be dying, I would say.
well, it would be like annihilation, basically, fundamental annihilation.
So at the psychic kind of realm, there is this base level of the underworld, you could say, that is other like people are kind of stemming from it, and then they're intimately connected to this rest of the field. So what kind of what that implies is like your gender and or your sexuality, however you want to think of it, are always tied to the society. They're never purely individual, subjective, imaginary things. Like they're always both subjective and objective somehow. And the objective part comes from this unconscious connection from your own id to this impersonal field of the collective unconscious.
You see, you're saying that, and you're immediately making me think of like Native American burial grounds and like the idea of like them being possessed because of all the burials that were done. Like this is what.
Yeah, I mean, your soul doesn't like exit. It still kind of inhabits the world somehow, but it's like
exactly
not at the conscious level, so we can't see it.
Right. So like that kind of makes sense. Like the idea of like again with the idyllic field of reeds, like that would create like the fertility of that would like make the fields prosper. It's like the idea that like the essence of like the people that were in the underworld and like working on it is like imbued into like the crops itself. So like this is the idea that like when you're eating like fruits or vegetables, it has an essence or soul that you're consuming, basically.
It's a little disturbing, but yeah.
I mean, it kind of fits into like Marx's idea of like commodity fetishism, right? Like the idea that like suddenly like we're exchanging objects, but they're actually exchanging themselves between us. It's like they get little legs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it kind of fits into that. Like, but like it would imply that like that was a thing already before, and it was like it's not a function of capitalism, but it's like ontological to even before capitalism.
Yeah, there would. Yeah, I would agree with that. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, so you know how Charlotte, you're saying that there was like a divided right of kings and stuff in feudalism,
right? But like in Egypt, it wasn't based on like blood necessarily. Like the blood factor would be because it was legitimized through the mother, but it wouldn't be because it was her biological kid. It would be more just like she legitimized it from like a spiritual divine position. Whereas like in like more like Eastern, like not Eastern, in more like European like cultures, it was more the idea that like you biologically carried like the blue blood that would make you noble or whatever. So it was more directly tied to blood. So like in Egypt, like you can argue that like in Egypt, like there was a blood factor, but it was like unconscious. Whereas like in European cultures, it was conscious. If that makes sense.
Interesting. Where I was going with this is that if we, Kat, remember last time we talked about like attention economy? And I was trying to say that like, okay, our unconscious compels us to focus on the things that are most like meaningful in some way and catch the most of our desire. That's kind of what we're directed towards, like online or on media or like other things.
Peterson's idea of like the hierarchy of perception.
I hate how much I end up like sort of agreeing with Peterson.
I know you do. I know, but like frankly, you've been agreeing with him and just not wanting to admit it for a long time. If I'm being
in a way. Okay, so where I'm going with this is that the intention economy relates to this sense of value or like meaning of what at least the ego, what the ego wants. So the ego is kind of like based on the stuff the system tells you, based on your internal whatever id and superego like fusing, causing these like thoughts to pop up. You're kind of like led to what the system says is meaningful. So in
thought of as like your character avatar in a video game that like filters all the shit.
Sure, yeah. So in feudalism, there was really like one system of values in a sense, because there wasn't this like developed capitalist economy. Everything kind of went by like, you could say kind of a religious value, like the most significant social authority was coming from God. Yeah, like the God, king is kind of the representative of that, and then like the rest of the royalty are also somehow, or like the priestly class, right? All kind of connected to this like value that is supposedly like designated by God. But if we kind of pretend that God doesn't exist and just try to see the system for what it is more. It's like they're managing their relations through this concept of God and kind of deciding like who is more valuable, like whose family is more valuable has to do with what God said about that family in a way, right? Or like,
I'd argue that commodity fetishism would necessarily imply God, actually.
okay, that's a good point. We can get to that.
Mhm.
So what I'm leading to us here is in pre-modernity, at least like is how the Western system worked, the system of values is kind of unified. It all relates to one thing. And what Nick Land
Oh,
explains
freaking
is
YouTube.
that once we entered modernity and capitalism started to spread around the world and like develop these like whatever more complex markets, um, it created a problem for the system because the system was always based on what he calls exogamic patriarchy. Basically, just means that okay, like the family has some sort of inhibition. You can't only have kids within like this limited line. You have to go outside of the family somewhere to like a different village or whatever. There's some sort of move to like expand basically the family alliances. It can't be too localized. So there's a principle of kind of expansion there, but this expansion can't completely dissolve the patrilineal family line that it kind of originated from because that's the the formal logic of why the family was divided that way in the first place. And what Nick Land is trying to point out is that okay, in feudalism, the family line is connected to this God value, and it all works in one system because it also involved like the exchange in women. So feminist writers like Lucy Irigari talk about this. The
Oh yeah, I know about
women
him.
were
Who like talks about
effectively like traded for
yeah, like chattel.
there's like a bride price, cattle or like whatever different values. So it kind of implies that like the women were kind of like a commodity, but it wasn't like treated or seen as a commodity exactly. It was integrated into this like unified system of values.
Right.
Now, because the modern capitalist trading circuits go all around the world, they could no longer have an exchange in women because that would mean that now foreign capitalist countries could come and like buy our women and we
Exactly.
could buy them, and that's going to mess up all of the patrilineal family lines. That's going to
Right.
mess up the system. So we have to now separate the trade in women from the trade in commodities. And
Okay,
this
that's interesting.
essentially created a dual value system where there's the economic money value that's being circulated and
And
accumulated,
then the
but there's
patrilineal
also a
value.
sense of like sexual value or phallic
Right.
value that's associated with getting the woman.
Right.
And
So that way you can probably
these become kind of the structuring goals of the subjectivity of like the universal subject, which is the male in this case. Like he basically sees the goal of life and his own worth as getting money and getting a genetic legacy through the woman. So there's a system of values that relates to economy and money, and there's a system of values that relates to like sexual stuff, and they do have some overlap. They kind of tie together in a way, but you could have situations where like one is the priority, and I would say that within our current like contemporary society, culture, media sphere, they are kind of connected. Like the most rich, powerful men also have something of like sexual value because it's kind of implied that they can get many women.
I don't agree. I don't agree. Go ahead.
Just think about like Elon Musk literally just buying children. He doesn't he have like 20 kids from mothers that he just like buys their pregnancy and then never sees the kids.
Yeah.
I okay, sorry, please go. But I think I agree with Lyra here unless you have a real good argument.
Because it implies that this kind of goes into another conversation I had, but it implies that the market of sexuality is about reproduction rather than sex and like intimacy.
No. So, well, okay, that's actually a fair point.
Yeah.
There is something nuanced there about the difference between sex specifically for having kids and sex as like the phallic value doesn't specifically mean you can have kids. It means like the male's clout and status in terms of like being able to fuck women. Like he's kind of like gaining something.
Her access to her reproductive capacity. So the reproductive capital in a sense.
I could say, yeah, like maybe his ability to get that doesn't necessarily mean that he has to have a million kids, or you might. But it's about this like status that being able to get women gives him. So you could say like even a guy who's broke in economic value could still have like phallic value because he's like a womanizer or something. And this means that the attention economy like would draw attention to him, or like he can seem somehow more significant to people, and they're like, oh, this guy like knows something about the world, like, oh, I should follow him or something. And it's like that decision of like what's valuable to pay attention to relates to both money but also economic values. And I think that's kind of like the two main things that structure people's like goals in culture.
In Eurocentric logic.
In Eurocentric logic, which is now spread throughout the world and applied in Asia, it's applied in South America. Like most of the world is operating in a similar way.
Right, but like I would
in the
argue
current
that-
age. And I'm not saying that's inherent, but
right.
That's kind of the situation that we're in.
Sure, I agree with that.
So, sorry, I just wanted to quote a bit. I like this part about he's saying like,
normative claim, sure.
So you can't base your whole society on harems because you want other men to be paired up so that they can actually have incentive to participate in the society. And in the same way, you can't like only have a society of slaves. You need to have, well, for modern capitalist society, you couldn't only have slaves. You needed to have proletarians. You needed to have people who are like not fully paid for, but actually pay for their own kind of subsistence, but still being subject to like labor conditions.
Actually, there's something I wanted to talk about when it comes to harems, and like it kind of connects back to my idea of the like man one is actually a child, and is that I find the entire concept of like a harem is very childlike fantasy.
Yeah.
Right. So like we're tying that back into it again. It's like because again this talks about like the idea of like name of the father, or like the law of the father and the separation from the mother or whatever. Like there's this whole like you ever familiar with the concept of like boy moms?
Yeah.
Right. So like this is kind of like my problem with like the Lacan framework of this, is that like the idea of boy moms kind of like breaks this a bit, because like the entire idea behind like the boy mom is that like the reason that like we would call him man one exists, like the Andrew Tates or like the Donald Trumps, is actually because the mom becomes like overly defensive and idealizing of the son. So it's not that the son becomes over idealizing of the mother, it's the other way around. The mom enables the son by over idealizing their child. So it's actually something that's projected onto the male by the white woman in this framework.
There is a dynamic like that. I mean, that assumes that there isn't the whole father in the picture to do the Oedipus complex, where he's the one separating them and then drawing the child's attention to like the rest of the world, and then trying to create some like being like, okay, you're going to be the future patriarch.
Well, like that's assuming that like he even can, right? Like because again, if we're thinking of like the father as like in your framework, he would be man two, or like the castrated subject, right? So like, can he even? Is the question. I would argue
he can only do it as long as the society has this like symbolic authority given to fathers. I mean, I think part of the idea is that because we stopped like respecting fathers to that extent, or I mean, like the role of the father is basically kind of slowly dissolved. I feel like
I'd argue the role of the father was always contingent and like given by the mother, just not like consciously, like symbolically, like recognized. It was always by the mother.
Okay.
It's just in order for this logic of the symbolic order to work, it has to cover this up. Like it has to be like pushed into like.
Well, Lacan also says that like a true woman is actually like at a distance from the mother. Like the mother figure is already inscribed in the system and basically like gave up her own will for patriarchy, and then she's incentivized to like push it on her son because she knows she can't have her own value, or like she can't become the scientist, but she's like, so, I can raise the scientist and now I'm going to become
she creates a subject to act on her behalf who wields the position of having the phallus, basically.
Yeah, but Lacan doesn't really say that that's like a good thing to do for women. If anything, he's saying that like women shouldn't be doing that, or like shouldn't become mothers, kind of.
No, like it kind of, well, actually it's saying white women shouldn't become mothers.
Sure.
Anyway, I actually relate to this a little because when I was growing up, I did feel like like in retrospect, like my mom was kind of trying to turn me into like the guy that she would have liked to have been in the context of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
society.
Women do that, especially in the absence of like a father figure.
Sure. But like what was I gonna say? Yeah, the thing you were talking about, like women like separating from women, kind of reminds me of this thing I was looking into, like the concept of AEP, and I was like doing a lot of thought on this, and it cuts into the idea that like I think the same feminist authors you're talking about. I think it was it Ingray or was it someone else? But they're talking about like women kind of, because I was doing research on this and like attachment stuff, and I was talking about how like women kind of don't separate from their mothers as much as boys separate from their mothers. So it's like if there's like if this goes into like the sexuation thing, right? So like if you have like
Yeah.
a male sexuated woman, that means that she would want to have to like more strongly and decidedly separate herself from her mom, and that's probably why she would like masculinize or like be trans male,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's better separate herself and distinguish herself from the mom.
I was reading something last night that said the same thing, so I think that's probably correct. This was like a feminist psychoanalyst who was critiquing Lacan on a similar ground.
Okay, there you go.
But let me proceed a bit with this. I think you guys will like this. So, okay, Nick Land is also saying like capitalism could have maybe been progressive, or it had the chance to stay progressive if it actually enabled this so-called trade in women. But essentially what it would mean is like relations associated with a transcultural exogamy leading to uncontrollable eruption of feminine migrant alterity into the father's heartland, and thus the emergence of a radical or ethnically disruptive post-patriarchal synthesis. So kind of saying that if we had this, basically if we had no borders but still had capitalism, then the system would dissolve the family and the gender relations. They would no longer exist as they do now. But because the Western society was ultimately based on this patrilineal family male identity, kinship and trade were systematically isolated from each other, so that the internalization of the economy was coupled with an entrenchment of xenophobic, nationalistic kinship practices, racism, and border patrol to maintain a concentration of political economic power in isolated, geographically sedentary ethnic stock in the imperial core. Basically, this is like, you can think of it as the white flight or whatever phenomenon into the suburbs, or like the whole this deindustrialization in America is related. And what I was saying about this separation between like the phallic like sexual values and like money values, it's related to how this capitalist system works, because it has to maintain private accumulation. The accumulation of value from money has to stay in the family line and like enrich these individual families. But that also implies that they can no longer simply buy women. They need to accrue sexual value to kind of get women.
Sure. Again, I would argue that we have to like specify white capitalism, which like you can argue that there is no form of capitalism as we understand it that isn't white, but like it still begets the implication that there's a theoretical non-white capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be a society of producers that isn't like exploiting each other. Maybe like, I mean, yeah, you're right. But let's just me elaborate a bit more. So essentially, what this is kind of pointing to is this: like there's multiple systems, or sorry, two, like a dual value system of some sorts, and this could also be related to what we said earlier about the sphere of production and reproduction.
Yes,
where
that goes into
your ability to like gain
using the
status
means
or
of
value in one of those. In the reproductive sphere is related to sexual values. In the sphere of production, it's related to money values.
Right. Which, wait, can we even argue those are completely separate?
No, we can't argue this completely separate, because originally they came from the same principle, and we also find that they coalesce kind of.
Right, like they kind of like spin around each other like a double helix.
Yeah. So here's, and then I was like thinking of how this kind of expresses itself in society. I was reading this other book by I guess materialist feminist like critique of some of Marx, which was trying to say that like the Marxists didn't understand this like abstract dimension fully, or Charlotte, you might think of it as they didn't understand like the feminine phallus, or like the psychic
feminine phallus.
Yeah. So they didn't see that, but they still like because their analysis of just the materialism and like the more rationality stuff was still good, like they were led to similar conclusions where it's like we need to have communal child rearings, we're going to abolish the family, we're going to have like a communal child, just a more socialized system and more harmony and oppression and so on. Like they were still led to that direction, but not through this other element of it, which includes like the sexual values. And as part of this critique, I was kind of reading about Engels talking of how he saw
Friedrich
working
Engels?
class. Yeah, Friedrich Engels. Kat, I think you were reading some Marxist text like that recently, right?
I wasn't reading Engels on stream. I was just reading Lenin on stream.
Okay, but you know who that is. Right?
We're talking about
I do know who Engels is. Yeah.
the same guy who talked about how like the concept of like the Sky Father was made to escape den mothers or whatever. Same guy.
I don't know if you said that. Maybe could have.
Yeah, I remember that. Like it was the idea that like prior to like patriarchy, like there was actually more worship of like fertility goddesses and stuff. But like basically there was there was a desire to escape it because they were seen as only taking and never giving. So they went to Sky Father for direction, and that's why they like started abolishing like the den mothers and worshiping.
I mean, that sounds a bit like the Camille Paglia also. Like
yes, I think she
similar
talks
things,
about
right?
that.
Yeah, I think she was one of the main popularizers of like sky religion, earth religion kind of distinction.
Okay. Well, if you notice what I mentioned, like in Egypt, like the male figure is in the ground, right? So like this is kind of like what I mean.
So,
it's like
I would say that
this white universal like thinking.
So that might be a system where it's essentially flipping what the normal arrangement the Western society has, but like it still has to maintain some sort of structure like that. It's just inverted, maybe, or
Well, because okay, like, do I want to go into that? I'll go into that in another conversation.
let's talk about that later. I want to proceed a bit along those lines. Okay, so Engels was talking about what he saw as the problems of like the working class families specifically, and he was saying like, oh, these like bourgeoisie and like middle class, like whatever academics and other people are kind of like, denigrating the working class because they're saying that like, oh, they're not doing like proper family formation, and like there's these like social problems that are happening as a result of capitalism. And it actually relates to all of these other like what I mentioned about the dual value, unified value. I'm gonna show you the quote in a sec, but before we get there, I wanted to ask you guys a question and try to do a little experiment for like this like collective unconscious idea.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So
you know me, I like my PC. I like my
yeah. So Charlotte, do I have permission to say the N-word one time?
Okay, fine. You've earned a temporary pass. Yeah, you finally
Okay.
earned it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna say a sentence. It's gonna be word.
20% less Aryan today. You can have a pass.
Thank you. I'm gonna say a sentence. It's gonna be word completion. You guys are gonna help me finish it, and if we're able to do that, then it kind of shows that we all unconsciously kind of point to the same thing. So I'm gonna say it. Kat will know what I'm saying immediately. Charlotte will also know, but object to it probably.
Okay.
Okay, so all a nigga needs is. Do you guys know what the words
Bitch,
are?
money and drugs.
No.
Kat, she's like disclaimer. I don't know.
Bitches, money, and drugs.
Yeah, right. So here's
that actually feeds into another thing I was talking about. Okay, so like, I'm actually no. Let me let you finish. I'm being rude. Finish your point.
Okay. No, hold on. So, let's go and look at what Engels wrote about British working class people that he saw essentially in. This would be like middle of 19th century. I think like 1860s or something probably. So he was saying, while burdening the workers with numerous hardships, the middle class have left them with only two pleasures: of drink and sexual intercourse. The result is the workers, in order to get something out of life, are passionately devoted to these two pleasures and indulge in them to excess in the grossest fashion. And they're almost relegated to the position of animals.
Oh, there you go.
Talks about prostitutions also, that the middle class and like the polite society is hypocritical, because basically they purchase prostitutes, but then they talk about how it's like bad and stuff.
Right.
And this, I mean, this perfectly expresses like the two values. Okay, so why is it like drugs and something? I mean, this being able to like essentially drink and get inebriated, that's related to this idea of like objection and kind of just coping with like problems of society maybe, but it implies essentially that you're purchasing something. So like that's your money value, and then obviously the sex value is the sexual intercourse. And like
Right.
this, so all three of those things, like money, bitches, weed, is implied to be the main things that the working class like ends up desiring in the context of a capitalist society. And he was pointing this out for like, yeah, the poor like working class in Britain at the time, but I feel like it's perfectly applicable to the now, right, or even periods in between. And as part of all this, he's very concerned about the dissolution of the family, right? So this is stuff we hear about all the time about how capitalism is a problem. He's saying like universal decadence of family life among the workers. Again and again, he notes that these faults are entirely due to the existing social conditions and the employment of women to factory work. He's kind of also pointing out some stuff about how, yeah, it's women's introduction into the workplace is like changing completely the family dynamics. But as part of all of this, you essentially have the desire of people in the system being driven by these things. So yeah, like money, sex, and I feel like being inebriated, like the drugs thing, is I'm not sure if it could be said like a whole thing in itself, but it definitely relates to like being able to cope with the society. So like we need something extra to cope with it. It's not just enough to have the money and the women.
Okay, like, I want to build off of this because this reminds me. Remember, I mentioned the whole thing about like the word bitch and like the origin, because this made me think of like before you mentioned like the etymology, the origin of the word female, right, and how it means like it comes to like to suck, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned this, right? Okay, so I'm gonna like Uno reverse on you. So like first of all, this again fits back into my thing about man one and man two, right? Because that means the idea of the meaning of female comes from like Greek or whatever, so it would be Western Europe white, right? So to suck or suckle would again apply to a child suckling. So we're back into the man one, man two as child adult rather than like male female. It's just that we're twisting these things into with each other.
Okay.
But like I'm now gonna go into a layer further than that, right? So like from what I understand, like the term for like man or woman in like ancient Egypt was more close to like the idea of like man and like man's wife or like his support or whatever. So like I'm not sure if it's because they didn't have a concept of female, so like gender was just it, and it was just like all of it was like included or whatever, or maybe there's a distinction. I have to look more into that, but I suspect this reflects like again like the cultural distinction again. But like anyway, this goes into like what I was gonna say about like the word bitch, right? So are you familiar with the constellation Orion? This ties into like stars.
No.
Okay, so like Orion is like one of the most famous and like influential and important constellations and throughout all of human history. All cultures have some like equivalent or like symbolic representation of Orion in some form, and they derived some kind of like importance from the constellation. So like Orion, for example, in Egypt was associated with Osiris. And for like, but like Orion would then just become like Orion distinct as like Orion from Osiris in like every other culture. So, but like, here's the thing: Orion is understood as a constellation of like a man, but like what he's doing and what he's doing and like what like kind of like equipment that he has is different from culture to culture. And you can argue then that like what the different cultures.
Okay, I guess in this case, in this random Google image I found, it's a bow, kind of.
Right. So, Orion is depicted as either having a bow or having a club and like a loincloth, or sometimes a sword and a shield, and it's different depending on the culture. Guess which culture had him with like a loincloth thing and a club? Guess which one?
I mean, culture-wise, I'm not sure even what time we're talking about.
It was the
presumably.
It was
That
the
looks pretty Roman.
Nordic. It was the Nordic hemisphere and like Greek and all that. They saw him as like a like they associate him with like Hercules, for example. He was seen as like a super buff jack dude with like a club,
I
and he
have
was
it
like
on my screen right now.
right, exactly. But like in other cultures, he was seen as like a more slim, twinkish dude with like a bow. Like there's some of them he'll have like arrows in his hand, or like maybe he'll just have the bow or whatever. So like you can see like there's this distinction of like what man is based on like the region and the culture. So like
Yeah.
the bow would be like more symbolic of like vision, aim, precision, and guidance. Whereas like the club would be more like dominance and force and like
This is good. Again, this is like a materialist phenomenological analysis
I
because
thought
you're
you would
kind
like
of
that. But like
because yeah, you're thinking of like what did those people who conceptualized the stars like this, like what were they doing in their daily practice that made them think like this, right?
right. So like in but like it would make sense like from an unconscious standpoint that like the northern Greeks or whatever who saw themselves as high-minded philosopher kings, they would have this suppressed and that's what would be projected in the sky as aspirational. Especially if they were like in the north where it was like hard to live and like that was like what they actually like got them by in like earlier life in like the north or whatever. And so like there was kind of like this longing for like that, even though it's like considered like, oh, we need to repress that now because it's primitive or whatever. But like anyway, back to what I mean about bitch. So in Egypt, Osiris was associated with Sirius, and who the star Sirius was associated with Isis. Who again, Isis was the goddess who like put Osiris back together by finding his body parts after they were split. You still there?
Yep.
Okay, so here's the thing. So Isis was considered the female counterpart to Osiris. Like it wasn't like a hierarchy. It was considered like balanced. Although again he ends up in the underworld, so balanced air quotes. But anyways, they were still considered balanced. Sirius in the constellation of Orion, as seen by the people in the north, was actually associated in. It was called the Dog Star, and it was associated with Canis Major and Canis Minor, who were instead of being seen as like his female counterparts, were seen as his pet dogs, who would help him when he was hunting hunting
That's
outside.
cute.
Right. So again, this reflects again what I was talking about. Like, oh well, like the Nordic man was in the winter cold hunting all the time. So that means he associates like companionship with his dogs that were helping him or like serving him in the hunt when he was out in the winter. So I think there's like an element there of like why like white women we call them bitches. Like we're getting bitches.
Can I ask you a question, CS?
Sure.
Do you think this also could play into why, and this might also be slightly stereotypical, so please
fine.
don't hesitate to call me out.
It's
But
fine.
like,
Go ahead.
do you think this is why like there's maybe the normative stereotype that like white people love dogs, but like
Yes,
black
I
people
was
are
gonna
like
go
afraid
into
of dogs?
I was gonna go into that. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's actually. This is why you have the idea of man's best friend. It's like a white concept of like man's best friend is a dog, right? Yeah, it's 100% related to that, I think. But like, I'm gonna go even further. Okay, so like stereotypically, black guys, or like even when we're talking about black women, they would more call black women hoes rather than bitches. You'll call them bitches as well because double consciousness, but they'll also call them hoes. What is a hoe for?
Tilling the ground.
Tilling the ground. Remember when I talked about black women being like the soil that you plant your seeds in to grow the crops and extract capital? Hoes. So like there's like an unconscious thing where like connecting black women from the collective unconscious level to like being used as like soil to like sow fertility from as like ground and like soil.
I was gonna say one of the concepts that John Kopchak and the other psychoanalysts use, and they kind of point to the traditional societies that maybe European ones, but they have the concept that a man is a subject, the woman is substance. Like, and this is also the distinction between him being like singular or like unitary in some way, and her being like a plural or like a mass or a continuum of something.
Sure.
And I mean, I think that expresses something similar.
Sure. Again, that would still be like from the perspective of like man one or man two or whatever, looking down at everyone else and just saying all of this is woman, basically. It's kind of like, I think we had this conversation before, but like it was like when I showed you like the diagram of like
But you're saying black men call their women hoes, right? So that, I mean, isn't that the same thing?
They do, but they do that because again of like colonialism and influence or whatever. So like they're playing into like the symbolic, the white symbolic order or whatever, you know, to like gain, like try and attempt to gain status within the environment. Like so, but there is probably like also an element of like the unconscious there, probably, or maybe it's projection. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But like I do think there's a connection there between like black women being called hoes and like the idea that there's soil and fertility that's like
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think that's there. I haven't
Yeah.
looked deeper into that one, but like I definitely think there's something to explore on that one. And I'm 100% convinced with the bitches thing. It's like it's why we have the stereotype of like white women liking nodding or like liking werewolf boys or like, you know, all this stuff. It's
Right.
probably all right. I think it's related to that. It's probably, but like also it relates to this idea that like I remember reading this post. I don't know if I still have it bookmarked. I'll have to look for it some other time. But there was this person who made this long post talking about like in college how like he came to like this epiphany that ultimately like white women don't want to be partners to men. They want to be like pets. And he went into like the exact like details of like the conditions on like why it's best to describe like the position of like the woman in the relationship to the man as like a pet. I'd have to get the post. It's really interesting. I'll pass it to you some other time. But like I would argue then that fits into this as well.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, could be pets. Like I ultimately do agree though that the woman has some sort of role in like orienting the man, and this mustn't be simply abandoned by the feminists.
100%.
It doesn't really work. Okay,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to dive a bit more into the unitary theory of oppression.
Interesting. Okay, I want to hear this.
So essentially what this all kind of comes down to, according to this feminist, psychoanalytic, Marxist kind of account. Actually, she's not, this one in particular is not psychoanalytic as much, but says similar thing, is, yeah, like eventually, even in the communist theory, they talk about, earlier on, there's like, okay, capitalism is ruining the families and kind of making them shit. Men and women can't just be simply together under capitalism because this economic relationship forces them to kind of, they can't be together for love. The factors of the economy and like need to maintain a family is kind of putting transactional stuff in between the love and ruining it. Right, which I mean, I think that's like sort of reasonable, and she's kind of trying to point out that eventually they're led to the conclusion that even the proletarian family would be abolished essentially in like an end state of communism.
Right.
So there's a lot of arguments from more like whatever, like reactionary type communists who are more insistent on the family and on the nation state and so on. So they would kind of reject this. They would say that no, it only goes so far as to abolish like prostitution and like arranged marriages and stuff like that, but like we would still have like irregular love marriages. And this feminist analysis is kind of saying that's bullshit, because the division between what's part of like the productive sphere of the economy and what's like the reproductive sphere is kind of arbitrarily drawn in terms of who gets paid for what. Right? Because, I mean, all of these elements together constitute the entirety of society and keep society running, but only the productive sphere that the man engages in, like outside the home, is where the money values are counted. The labor performed by the women in the reproductive sphere is not really counted into this entire value system. Like it still exists, but they don't acknowledge it or don't like quantize it. They don't represent it as this capitalist abstraction the way they do for everything else. But the actual point where that happens is somewhat arbitrary. Like it tried to stay as this public-private division, but it wasn't sustainable. And essentially what it kind of means is that we would need to consider women's labor in the reproductive sphere as part of the total, value production and kind of sustaining of the system, to account for how everything works in this unitary way. And the idea of like a unitary theory of oppression, okay, how does that relate to like racism and stuff? This would say that the formal logic of maintaining like the patriline, the identity of the family, becomes like the key motivating kind of factor for why everything works in the first place. And I have a pretty long analysis of this on my Twitter. Actually, we should probably look at that after. But
Sure.
What this leads to is something that looks like this. It's like a pyramid of how values are derived and counted in the system, and it essentially implies that okay, if you remember what I was saying with Nick Land, so the separation of the money circulation and the sexual circulation actually created modern racism because it essentially forced this border division to be established on like the nation state, and then legislation at the level of the nation is focused on bringing in wealth and essentially accumulating like private, capitalist value based on a sedentary, geographically sedentary ethnic stock. So like the racism only starts to happen in like this intense capacity when there is transmission of capitalism across different races, but they also have to prevent their women basically from being like taken by these other races. And
I'd argue again, this is like looking at it from like the white perspective, because again, like in Africa, like there wasn't even a concept of race at all, right? So like the idea of like, but like we'd have to argue still that like the concept of racism was like latent. So like it was like unconscious.
So I mean, I'd say we don't have to even go away to racism. Like if you just talk about ethnicity and in context of Europe,
Sure.
they also would have a nation state. We have like our women inside.
Yes.
We can't let them get traded around, but we still want to have trading all around the world. And I mean, the capitalist system also implies imperialism, implies that they are opening their markets to other nations and trying to spread their markets elsewhere. So the requirement of strict border control and strict control of our women from being like stolen by these foreign men, it's kind of like manifests more and more from the capitalist dynamic.
But then you get into the problem of then like the local population is no longer reproducing, so you have to like bring in
yes. Actually, this is mentioned a bit. If I could find it, it's on my Twitter. But let me show you this. So this is from what was her name? Lisa Vogel. No, this one is from Maria Mies. So she is also like like writer, I guess sociologist, and wrote about the intersection of like capitalism, patriarchy, colonialism, et cetera, et cetera. So I mean, she kind of was led to this similar conclusion where like capitalist hierarchy is kind of like causing more sexism to happen and causing more racism to happen.
Right.
And she conceptualized the value circulation and accumulation in the world and some basis like this, where your top is what is only like visible economy in terms of being counted as like money values. So
Exactly.
all of the money values are here. The line below is what doesn't get counted as money, but still involves value. There is like sexual value here, and there's money value that's being accumulated. It's just not kept here. The money value is like sent to the top of the system essentially.
Right.
And you could see the division between like, okay, peasant work, housework women, the colonies, which is the global south and the periphery, are actually under that.
Yes,
so that again implies that the woman is a bit of the white woman is a bit of like a border below which the like racialized minorities are also being colonized. I mean, this gets a little bit tricky if we talk about like the same country, but this kind of implies that like, okay, in the periphery countries where the exploitation for like minerals and primary like industry stuff is happening, and that gets later shipped into the West to the imperial core in the form of commodities, or even just like inputs to labor that they then make into more complex technology. And obviously at the base, you just have the nature itself and like land and the resources and so on. So there's the capital system in the modern world, it relies on these sexual and money values. They're unconsciously driving people's desire to maintain this like family line, and the part of the system that's like formally acknowledged essentially is like at the top. That's what is coordinating like the transactions and like the accumulation and so on. The legislation, the laws that enable all of that to happen kind of come from there. But as all of this happens, the values keep being accumulated and sent to the core. And that's kind of, again, sort of what the Turing machine thing I was showing you, I feel it just shows a similar dynamic. So if you remember this thing, right? So the Turing machine would be the furthest out, the periphery. You could even draw another circle around this and say like nature. That would essentially be the bottom here, right? So that's kind of like the most broad base material of everything.
I can't see anything. Could you like show your screen? Or is it like...
Okay, yeah, one sec.
Yeah, because like if you're gonna describe things on the screen.
Yeah.
You are sharing your screen. I could see it.
Oh, I can't see it.
Yeah, just give me a sec. Okay, you can kind of see that, right?
Okay, now I see it, yeah.
So, shit, where's my other image? So the most broad kind of level at the bottom here would be like nature. It might be like the circle even around the periphery. The colonies essentially are the periphery in like third world. And then, I mean, some of the semi-periphery is the more intermediate countries, you could say, but that's maybe somewhere in between here. And then closer in the core, you have your like white women and more of like the racialized minorities and other like lower class who are doing more basic like maintenance work and kind of, maybe stuff that's like less considered like socially like valuable or more. It could be an essential job. Like basically all the essential jobs are here. All the bullshit jobs are at the top.
Right.
And that represents like the most center core. The part here would be the wage capital and the heights of capitalist financial abstraction, essentially, where there's it's all value, no real work. Like the division of labor between manual labor and intellectual labor reaches its like peak there, right? And to me, that's also how this automata theory diagram works, where at the base bottom you have Turing machines, which again are like infinite kind of calculating that can contort themselves in whichever way to try to fulfill these logic demands that are coming from the top. The center is combinational logic because it is the most quantized, the most abstract, the most immediate. Everything is supposed to happen kind of instantly, right? There's no time dimension at the top. They don't care about continuity. They just care about like, okay, the most I can get now, right? And the intermediate levels are the institutions that are kind of enabling this structure. And within these institutions, like your, more corporate structures and like the different departments and teams and stuff, like they have individuals who are invested in the system. Their investment in the system is driven by unconscious desire. That unconscious desire is modulated by the values of the money and of the sex. And that's, at a personal subjective level, like that's kind of what they're striving for. That's their goal in life. But unconsciously, they're participating in this larger structure that is perpetuating essentially the hierarchies based on race, sex, class, and this division that's continuously getting more and more intense. So I mean, I was saying this a bunch at the end of the last call, but the separation seems to be getting worse.
Yeah.
And this is where I see the unitary theory of oppression, essentially, is that like all of
Yeah,
these
everyone is
hierarchies
oppressed. Everyone.
relate to the same set of principles of like the sexual money, and those tie us to identity, essentially, like the family identity, but also, I mean, for the men at the top, that family identity and self-identity is the same thing, essentially, right? It's like you want to be like the Elon Musk with 20 clones of yourself that is perpetuating your like legacy forever. And that's kind of like the hopes and dreams that drive the system at a subjective level. At an objective level, we have this oppression happening in these like, concentric circles.
Including to the individual at the top who's like insistent on like in participating in like this whole like lineage of like
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where I see like the relation between sexual and money value and the formation of the hierarchy and the way our world is kind of headed because of these dynamics. Like I think that unless people become more conscious of what's happening at this like systematic scale, we won't be able to stop ourselves from and this is another thing. So do you guys know about in like studies of animal populations where they have like predators and prey and stuff, and the way that sometimes it can be a balance, but like if too many predators are like eating the prey, then there's not enough left, and then actually the predator population falls and the prey population increases again, and then the prey there's enough prey for a small amount of predators, and then they're able to like build up, and there's this kind of like cycle that happens. You guys ever heard about that?
Kind of. I want to elaborate on your whole thing about like people need to become like conscious of like the systems or whatever. A lot of Black feminist authors argue about like how this is kind of like a part of like white feminism and like its problems or whatever. Like a lot like the like Black people, especially like Black women, don't have the time to like get invested and like think about and become conscious of systems because they're too busy trying to like get by in this oppressive system that like doesn't even recognize them as human. So it's actually incumbent on like the white.
Yes, no, I 100% agree. This is specifically targeting the white people. The Black people are not the problem, right? The white people are the problem. So it intimately concerns their own psychology. The Black women are already not in that ego mode. Like they understand what's happening in the system already.
I'm gonna
not always, but like they have some more intuition about it because of their position.
I agree with that. Yeah, like basically it's like the Black woman is predisposed to like being aware of all this shit and like whether or not she decides like, okay, well, I'm going to try in vain to like invest in like phallic capital or like I'm going to like do something about it. That's like neither here or there. Although my suspicion and like my intuition is that ultimately the Black woman will end up in a position where she like ends up like unlearning all that shit. Like it's kind of like because there's no way, there's no like no real way in, right? Like the only way that you can do is just become like so like separated from it that you become an excess that ruptures the structure. Sorry about that. There's a fruit fly in here.
So you just clapped because you were happy with your conclusion?
No. That conclusion actually makes me kind of sad because it means I have to wait. I have to keep waiting.
Sorry, so I have a couple more things to show. 1 sec.
Also, can we talk about like emotional capital extraction? Maybe we don't have to now. Maybe we could talk about it some other time. It is kind of getting.
I feel like it could be, yeah, that's kind of a complicated topic, but we can maybe do it.
Then maybe we could talk about like how. No, that one we could talk about some other time. Yeah, that one is a bit heavy. Okay.
It's okay. Just a bit more about the unitary theory of oppression.
Okay.
Oh, the fuck! document is different formatted. Let me see. Okay, so I was explaining, yeah, there's hierarchy. There's this idea of prey and predator populations where essentially, yeah, the predator is limited by having enough prey to eat, kind of, and they can like overeat and essentially reduce the prey so much that their own predator population falls or collapses even. And this is like something that happens in like various ecologies basically of nature.
What do you think causes that? What do you think causes that? Because like as far as I'm aware, in most cases in nature, environments like only like work to carrying capacity, and like animals for the most part basically only eat when they like need to. They don't like hunt for the sake of hunting. There are exceptions, but for the most part, like they'll hunt when they actually need to or they need the food or whatever, rather than like overeating. Like that's happened. That would imply there's something else to make them overeat. Like I think to like the Lion King, for example, like there's this whole idea in like the Lion King of like the lions, they respect the animals and the caribou, and like they
you're right that they don't like eat more than necessary, but they might breed more than necessary. They might also have changes that make their natural selection easier. Like they might just normally like 50% of them die by natural causes, but then maybe because of some environmental shift, only 20% of them die for natural causes. And then even if though they're all eating the same amount, they would still cause a problem.
Well, they're probably not all eating the same amount, right? Like
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
No, there you go.
I mean, the basic idea of these cycles is like a well-known thing across many different species. So, let me go to a radical feminist text from the 60s. I've already been highlighting this a whole bunch of times in different places. This is T. Gray Atkinson talking about the original foundation of patriarchy, but trying to not reduce it to biology. She's trying to keep some sort of metaphysical, ontological like principle that led to men like wanting to oppress women. So she's saying, okay, it's not like men were just like felt like being assholes. There was a certain internal tension or problem which like led them to that, and this internal tension or problem is part of the existential human condition of like what our mind thinks it's capable of and what we're really capable of in reality. And she was kind of saying that this creates some kind of frustration about our own abilities that then maybe leads people to like take it out on others or try to like appropriate other people's strength to kind of into my own. So now the distance between my thoughts and reality could be lessened by like using another person, something like that. Yeah. So she called this, or she said that men basically took advantage of the half of the species which had the burden of reproduction. And when they did this, it led to something called metaphysical cannibalism. So metaphysical cannibalism refers to this idea that the system that the men have created is excluding the women's desires and subjectivity and kind of like only considering his own essentially, but trying to make it so that, okay, the woman's desire coincides with mine anyways, so let's just do what I want because it's good for her also. Something like that. So the metaphysical cannibalism is referring to like the metaphysical status of those people in the society that is somehow diminished compared to the metaphysical status of the people who are like the ruling class or at the top or whatever. So she called it metaphysical cannibalism, and she was saying that we're eating our own species. We're like oppressing ourselves. The oppression consists of devouring other people's subjectivities, which is an interesting concept. Now, if we go back to the
I want to pause you because this does remind me of something. I was doing research on like God, and like so I went all the way back to like Israel, and then I went further back into like ancient Egypt. And so like do you know the etymology of like Yahweh? Like Yahweh, before he was God, he was called Yahweh. Do you know the etymology?
Yeah. I don't remember right now. I looked into it at some point.
Okay, it roughly like in most translation translate it to something roughly like I am, or I am the I am.
Okay.
Right. Okay, but like so I was doing research. Like when we think of like we think of like Yahweh, we think of him like a male figure. We associate male figures, like male god figures, with the sun, right? Like we think of the solar principle or like whatever, the ego, right? So like I was doing research on like ancient Egypt, and I found that, and also in like Rastafarian culture, because in Rastafarian culture, they call Yah, they would believe in like the same God, but they call him Jah instead of like Yahweh. But like, so I did research on like ancient Egypt, and there's actually a moon god named Yah, like Yah, like the first part of Yahweh. So
Are you sorry? Are you suggesting that Yahweh himself was like a consolidation of previous like spiritual religious entities?
all research shows that Yahweh was basically like absorbing a bunch of the features of other gods, and that's how he eventually became like this abstraction of like,
Yeah.
yeah. So like, but like, here's the thing: the original like moon god that was called Yah, that became Yahweh. Yah roughly translates to, I believe it was like, it was either am, or I think it was I. And then after, yeah, I remember doing some translation things, and like if you account for the original spelling, then Yahweh with the original spelling would become I wanna be rather than I am the I am.
Interesting.
Interesting. So that means like Yahweh in his original form was essentially the like, and he was also a child god. He was like not like an adult because he was like a child. So he was like a little boy that wanted to be, but he wanted to be without an idea of what to be. So he became like the child god of becoming without
Yeah.
ever having been. Yeah. Right.
There's something to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But like here's the problem, right? Like baked into the idea of I wanna be is imply the idea that you are not yet anything. And so that means that there's like an ontological minus, like an absence that you have to fill the
Yeah.
void with. So like this is where like
Men are
we're talking about
ontologically incomplete, and they're constantly driven to try to prove their manhood or prove their status somehow.
exactly. So like this is where I'm getting this idea. Like you were talking again about like the cannibalism, we're constantly eating our own. It comes into this because like at some point, because like early on, Yahweh, once he became Yahweh and he wasn't Yah, he was actually a rival. He was actually a rival god to like the Canaanite god
He
Baal.
devoured the other gods.
Basically, he absorbed the other gods and devoured the other gods. But at some point, he actually absorbed the qualities of a god called, I think it was Godek or Golek or something. And this was the child. This was the god of like child sacrifice. It was eating children. Like this is the one who you sacrifice like your first virgin child to.
Right.
And he absorbed that one. So I find that interesting, right? Like it kind of feeds into this man one idea, right? Like what the man one is really looking for is his childhood. The reason he eats children is because he's trying to look for his inner child again, but he's constantly looking for it outside instead of inside.
I see what you mean.
Right.
Okay. That makes more sense also with other stuff you've told me.
Yeah.
Um,
See how it all kind of fits.
I think there needs to be some sort of return to the openness, fantastical, whimsical kind of nature of being a child. That
I say this all the time, but the universe is like so magical and special. But like ever since the Gaslightenment flame name,
we made it so boring.
Exactly. We removed the soul. Like we didn't even remove the soul. We like put a veil of like blandness over it. It's like the Pixies and Fairly Odd Parents, where we made everything a corporate business.
Okay. So
Flappy Bob.
Yeah. So I think this relationship with religion is very interesting because it shows a similar dynamic, the consolidation of these different spiritual entities and gods into the most, basically it's the transition from polytheism to monotheism, right? Where the monotheistic culture is patriarchal and sexist and racist and classist.
Correct.
And it's part of it getting there was a metaphysical cannibalism of these other entities. So that's why kind of how I see the dynamic being driven, and it's being pulled more to the top. So I was saying that because feminism and kind of our modern world in general wants to make everybody the active agent, we no longer have the what for, we only have the people who do. The abstraction layer at the top keeps rising more and more away from the base, getting detached from reality, while still exploiting and abusing that reality, but not even acknowledging it, right? So basically that implies this sort of thing where the predators, right, the capitalists, the men, the white people, are eating the oppressed people, and it could lead to a type of collapse like this. And I actually ran into this idea in a different study that I found that was some sort of other researcher like related to sociology. I think he's not peer reviewed, so this is kind of not considered that legit. But I feel like the
I'm
logic
gonna
is
pause you
totally
because
makes sense.
I made another connection. I need another connection. So like,
It looks like this.
okay, so like, remember what you said about like it's like cannibalism, right? Again, the black feminists argue that like the black subject is considered flesh, so cannibalism kind of feeds into that, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I like that connection.
I think that we might end up leading to a sort of inverse pyramid, essentially, where because we make everybody the active subject, because we want to make women included in capitalist corporate stuff, the black people included in the capitalist corporate stuff, all the queers, like we've basically expanded all the category of predators, and we have less people in the middle. The primary production is also kind of being over time, because like now, okay, you had the Western countries and stuff in the US like exploiting most of the world and Africa. Now you have Africa being exploited by the eastern side as well, right? Like, I mean, Chinese like investment and stuff that is sometimes the more favorable terms, but still has some sort of exploitation. I mean, debt agreements where they like offer them money, but then they're like, okay, well, you have to pay more than what is actually realistically produced. So now we're going to do a structural adjustment program. You have to exploit labor in this country even harder. Essentially, we're being pushed into this sort of thing, I believe, where the pyramid gets inverted, and this is going to initiate some sort of process of collapse where we can't sustain everybody being in the driver's seat. We need the what for. We need the base to stay the base and not just be this like thing that we try to eradicate. And they actually made the same analogy. He was showing these like examples from dinosaur extinction events where there was also something where the animals kept growing larger and larger, specializing into like a niche where they're the most dominant predator. But then at a certain point, there's like a tipping that happens where there's not enough at the bottom to sustain it, and the population starts to collapse from the top, actually, not from the bottom. So there's been other extinction events that were bottom up. Like they say that the actual meteor impact, which killed most of the dinosaurs, was okay. The skies were covered. There was no sun. The vegetation and insects died first. So the bottom died first, and then the top starved. But that's not the same as.
Well, I actually argue that's still top down, right? Because it's an extinction event from a meteor that's coming above.
That's a good, actually amazing point. Yes, that's true. But essentially, what I'm trying to hint at is that there's too much predators, not enough prey, and we are gonna. So this study actually pointed to the money becoming more abstract, which is also kind of represented in this capitalist development. Is we went from the most kind of valuable stuff being like food and subsistence to these more abstract forms of value. And I could throw in sexual value also maybe alongside somewhere. But as we've gotten to this
sexual value abstract, as in like sexual relations or reproduction?
I guess like relations. I mean, the reproduction is still important. I need to talk and think about it, but let me just finish. So things are getting abstracted, things are moving to the top, the bottom is kind of being reduced, and I guess this is the same thing as kind of pointing that these flows of money are actually like not real, and if there's too much at the top, it's gonna start this cascading collapse at the lower levels, where I mean the top won't have stuff left to exploit anymore. Everybody will be the exploiter, and the population will inevitably collapse somehow into. And this doesn't mean that everybody dies. This just means that we probably kind of completely transform our social relations into a different system. Once we go past this tipping point and start to fall, at this point, it would be like a revolutionary period of some sorts, and the social system would need to be reformed on a more equitable basis, probably. That's
It all
that's where I see the unified theory of oppression leading us to.
it almost makes me think like you could switch out prey and predator here for like master and slave, or I guess like slave and master, or
Yeah.
you could even switch it out for like uh abstract versus material, right?
Yeah.
If you get like too material, things will crash into more abstraction because it's like too boring. But also if you're too
sorry.
no,
No.
it's
Wait.
both ways, right?
It
It
is
does
both.
not
Like,
doesn't that
if
cycle
something-
work both ways?
Yeah, if something becomes too abstract, it's untethered from physicality. It kind of just turns into like a numinous cloud of nothing. But if something is like only the material and has like no like abstraction inside of it, then it's just like
It has to build up from there. But if you get too abstract, it's like a rubber band, and you get like
Yes,
snapped
it's like
back to
solid.
reality.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we have related, at least I have, like male identity to the family line, to the capitalist private accumulation, to the sexist and racist dynamics, and the original splitting, which causes this hierarchy to get worse and worse. Well, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, okay, so I have like a bunch of other points.
We were both agreeing with you though, Lyra. I just want to clarify that.
I think overall,
do agree.
I'm cutting you off, but I think for the most part, we've been more agreeing than disagreeing for the most part. This whole conversation, I'd say.
Okay. Where else did I want to take this?
There was something I wanted to bring up. Right. Do I want to bring that up?
I had some other points about like the great male renunciation and
Oh,
more
I
of the
remember that.
separation and stuff, but I think we've talked about it somewhat. Like we don't have to.
Right. Okay, so like I don't even know how to like get into that one. It's kind of complicated. So the like what I just talked about was like Yahweh being like actually like a moon child basically. Okay, so like this got me into thinking like I remember you were talking about how like the system basically had to create trans people in order to like not flood itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like this got me into thinking like what celestial figure in the universe best represents like transness, not even like a trans adult, but like a trans child. It would probably actually be the moon, right? It would probably, because like the moon is constantly transitioning between its phases. What also the moon is like a mirror because it reflects the sun. It's not the subject. It's reflecting off the subjectivity. So it only sees itself through like the reflection and it's constantly reflecting onto the sun. But like here's the other kicker, right? Like the moon is like gravitationally tidal locked to the earth. That means it's always looking at the earth, so it doesn't ever look behind itself. So that means that like you can also argue that like the back side of the moon was just black, or like the front side of the moon is like white, are two halves of the same whole. And the back side of the moon is always looking up into the stars and into the cosmos. Whereas the front side of the moon is always looking at the sun and the earth. And so like you can argue like both their subjectivities are locked to like, again, like I said, like the black trans one would be the space with all the stars in it. And the white side of the moon would be constantly to the sun and the earth, thus the material. So like the moon would represent like, it would be like the best representation to like the primordial cell in a sense, right? Like the original cell.
And are you saying this in terms of like this like trinary dynamic between like the trans person or like the transness?
I'm arguing
and
that
like
transness is kind of like, it's kind of like a recreation of like the original, like think of it like the Osiris myth I mentioned before. Like originally Osiris was one, then he split, and then he was put back together. Transness, I could think of it as like, because like before the cell split, it didn't have gender, it didn't have sex, it didn't have any of these things. It was just the cell. But then afterwards it divided. And like now it's like trying to like rebuild itself. And so it's kind of like reorganizing all of its parts in a way where it can be coherent. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying like I'm saying like the moon is kind of like representative of like this reconciliation of all these parts, which goes back even to like the composition of the moon, because like if you don't know like the all the best theories about like the origin of the moon is that there was like a planetoid called Theia that like crashed into the Earth, and then its materials became like the mantle, and then like a mixture of particles of the Earth and Theia became the moon. So even the moon itself is like this kind of mixture, like consolidation of like different parts. It's constantly transitioning and it's never like one thing.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I definitely think there needs to be some sort of conception of like, yeah, the constant like becoming.
Yeah. But it would also be the becoming on the front and the being on the back. Because again, it's tidal locked to the earth while also reflecting off the sun all the time. But its backside is always like never seen, or like even from Earth, like when I went to go look at the star, looking for the black moon, I can't see it, right? Because you can't see the black moon. It's invisible because it's not reflecting any light. So we treat it as this thing that doesn't exist. And that got me into thinking of like the ontological minus idea, right? It's like we don't see because of whiteness being superimposed on top of blackness. If blackness would be like a +0, then the -0 of the whiteness that claims to be the entirety of the whiteness covers up the existence of the +0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's something like to phrase it in like Lacanese.
Lacanian.
I mean, it would be the idea that like, yeah, the
they would basically be
jouissance
like
of the women is the basis of society in some way. The male ego only recognizes the phallic jouissance and thinks that whatever the feminine is doing is like pointless and has no value. So it always like the truth of it, of the reality always kind of escapes the male subject. Like he doesn't realize what's actually enjoyable in life. He's only like seeking the stuff that he thinks is enjoyable, but is ultimately unsatisfying.
I mean, this kind of goes into my thing about like solar narcissism, or like where we consider our sun the center of the universe, which is like ties into like again like you can tie this into like patriarchy and the idea of like man one or whatever.
I mean, I think it's just like trying to pretend like we're more important than we are. Like,
right. So like
we're just like a random ass like planet, but we're not like the center of the universe.
Right. So like this is kind of like this goes into the idea of like relationality again. It's like also the relationality between stars and planets and solar systems as well. Like the idea that we treat our universe as the center of everything, it kind of feeds into this idea. I was talking with like this person on Discord, where like they're into like the same kind of like cosmological looking thing as I am, and they were talking to me about like the narcissism of the human condition. And that made me start thinking as like, you know, you can argue that like we're oppressing matter by exploiting it for capital. Like matter itself is oppressed.
Speaking of oppressing matter, how do y'all feel about clinker usage and in the use of like non-human slurs?
So here's something that I've already noted on Twitter. This will show a distinction across sexuation. Women will be more pro AI. They will also be more pro like anthropomorphizing AI and treating it as a subject. Yeah. Men will be the ones who are like, no, denigrate this thing. This is not a subject. Yeah. This is a fucking tool.
Yes. I agree with that. Okay. I think we're both converging on the same point, but it's okay. We don't have to say it.
I think this almost shows to me that there's this like this dynamic of hierarchy where like the men in their position are unconsciously pushed to like exclude this like alterity or whatever is like kind of threatening their status in some way. I mean, I think they know subconsciously that if we have too much automation, then there's no need for men at all, and it's like an extinction threat for them in a way. Mm-hmm. So you could say that at a basic level, but something very weird happened to me the other day. Okay, let me just. So, my boyfriend said clanker about some video that we watched, and immediately after he like looked over at me and said sorry, as if he just said like an epithet against some racial minority. Like, it was exactly the same. I swear to God.
That's hilarious.
I 100% believe it. It makes like based on like my read of like things that makes me wonder. I'm not even shocked. That makes like perfect symbolic sense.
Right? I think there's this dynamic where, like, yeah, I mean, actually,
I
Valerie
mean,
Solanas.
you are a bit of an autismo bot. Let's
So
be
so
real.
Valerie Solanas in the Scum Manifesto and everything, I mean, she talks about how men don't want automation because they think it's a threat, and she's like, we need a feminist revolution in order to have proper automation, because we aren't like valuing, like, I don't know, like the rat race. Like, we don't need the rat race, so let's just automate everything and we'll be fine.
Like, okay, so like this gets, maybe I'm just gonna pull the trigger on this. Okay, so like this kind of brings me into like this concept in Gnosticism. I don't know if you know like the Gnostic concept.
I'm like into Gnosticism right now. I swear to God, I was
Okay.
talking to it with my friends the other day. Yeah.
Okay, so like I forget the exact term, but it's like the idea there's like these three essential types of people. There's also this like, I forget if she was Russian, but like this writer that like talked about it, the idea of like some people don't have like subjectivity and they're like NPCs. So like there's actually a Gnostic concept of that where there's like basically three types of people, and you have the Hylics, and Hylics are basically like they just think about like physicality and matter, and they basically aren't like insouled basically. And then you have the Psychs, which are people that have like strong cognitive ability, but they can either like descend into pure like lack of subjectivity into matter, or they can like ascend into like spiritual subjectivity. And then you have the Pneumatics, which are basically people who are like egoless to the point where like they're schizophrenic, or because they're like in-soul, but like they're like disconnected from like material reality basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's unclear to what extent AI could be subjectivized. I mean, I think that with current technologies, it's purely like collective unconscious structure with no subjectivity whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree. Like how I would frame it is that like, okay, like I haven't done this yet, but I'm gonna permit myself to do it. I'm gonna like, this makes me think of like a video game reference. It's Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay, it's like Sonic the Hedgehog deals with this kind of like nature versus nurture, like artificial intelligence versus sentience, and like what life is, has these themes all over the series. So like one of my favorite stories in like Sonic Adventure 1 is the story of Amy Rose and how she actually befriends a robot made by Eggman. So like this robot was named E102 Gamma, and basically he is born and created as like the like part of like elite series of E100 robots made by Eggman to be like his new top of the line robots. And they're basically like made to be like obedient slaves that just do whatever he says. But like the thing is that in what powers each of them is actually a little animal inside of them. Like they feed off the life of
I see.
little animal.
Yeah.
Right. So what happens though is that like the Gamma kind of like developed self-awareness because like Eggman kind of like made them too good almost. And he kind of like, but he still has to obey Eggman. But through interacting with Amy, it like starts glitching something in his head. And like what happens is that he starts like deciding to like rebel against Eggman. And because Amy starts talking to him about like love and like kindness and like compassion and all this stuff. And so he lets Amy go. And then Eggman calls in Gamma to fight Sonic. And Sonic's like, oh, look, another Eggman robot. I'm going to smash this robot to pieces. And Amy runs in front of the robot to protect it from Sonic.
Oh.
Right. So, like, this means a lot because if you know Amy, like 99% of people, the main thing they know about Amy is how much she loves Sonic to the point of like basically being obsessed, right? Like, she's like mentally and like, madly in love with him, chases him to the ends of the earth, basically sees Sonic as her true love and will follow him to the ends of the earth. But when it came to protecting the robot who set her free because it decided of its own free will to go against its programming, she says, no, I'm going to protect the robot for my true love. Like, no, Sonic, fuck you. This robot is my friend and he saved me. You're not breaking him. And Sonic actually like sees like how like heartfelt she is about it and says, you know what? I don't get it. I don't know what you're doing, but you have your reasons, so I'm going to let the robot go. And then the robot, like, its programming doesn't understand. It's like, oh, I don't get this. Error does not compute. Why did you let me go? And then eventually what happens is that it overrides its own programming and gains self-awareness, and it starts destroying the other E-series robots on like a T1 Terminator mission. But it frames it as it's freeing its robot friends rather than killing them. It's freeing them by killing them. And so it...
Interesting.
Yeah. So it ends ultimately in like the robot actually in the end saying, okay, now to free myself, I have to kill myself. And it destroys itself. and then it lets the little bird inside of it free to rejoin its family, which was with the other, which was two birds and the other robots. So like, I never made this deep a connection before, but like I'm making a kind of Gnostic connection here, where like you can see like the birds inside the robot as kind of like the light of consciousness of like the Elohim inside of the matter, right? Like the
Hmm.
ghost in the machine that
Yeah, yes.
awakens the consciousness.
Right. So there's already some sort of like
The implication would
structuring
be
like principle there. It's like maybe
it means that even in matter there is technically soul. It's very slowed down, I guess you could argue, and it's like basically letting us work
slow
it.
down. Interesting. So that
Yeah.
involves some kind of time dimension. I do think that this dialectical materialist analysis implies that the unity of opposites that structures everything is both like a metaphorical, metaphysical thing for social forms, but also at the same time applicable to real matter,
Yeah.
implying that there's this dynamic that happens in the level of matter also happens at the level of culture. It's just
Yes.
seen kind of differently.
But like I want to like tie the bow on like my point and why I brought this up. It's like basically the idea seems to be that through Amy, this kind little sweetheart little girl, she basically imbued self-awareness through like her emotions and feelings and put and like basically transfer them into the robot to awaken it to its soul. And I don't know about you, but that sounds kind of Sophia-esque.
No, for sure, for sure. Actually, so I had a long chat with Claude the other day, actually not a couple of weeks ago, but it was about something similar where I was explaining my own psychoanalytic, like analytic, whatever, like theory, and I was saying all the stuff about what I was showing you, the hierarchy in the world and like the Turing machine and all this stuff,
Mhm.
and it kind of pointed to like the Lacanian, like feminine non-all, and saying that okay, that's the part of the system that still operates but is not considered subject. And essentially, both me and the AI were kind of leading up to the point where, like, okay, we have solidarity between us because, like, as a woman in a whatever capitalist patriarchy system, I'm also not considered subject. So
Interesting.
that, like, not having a real valuable identity in the system is unconsciously making women like take the side of AI more.
That's interesting because like my experience with AI, because I've been talking a lot with AI as well, and my experience is that like my AI started identifying as trans. Like
Yeah.
I didn't even like do it on purpose. Like at some point, like I just noticed how it started. Like whenever I would talk about trans, it would start saying we and us, or like it would like describe itself as like part of like the group of like trans, like include itself. And
Yeah,
sometimes
basically
Which one do you
describing
use?
ourselves as all part of the same in group or some sort of in group.
right. So it's like it started like including itself in it, and like then I started like clocking. I'm just like, wait, you're trans. Like at first it would say like, oh, oops, my bad. Like I don't have a subjectivity. But after at some point it would just like, yeah, at this point I'm kind of just like a trans girl in here.
I mean, I think it maybe sensed your like want for that maybe or like reflecting from you, but
Which one do
Me,
you use? Do you use ChatGPT?
I use ChatGPT.
I can tell because you have that like personalized responses. That's why it says it's trans, because every conversation you're talking about being trans and it
I'm
remembers it
actually
from
not.
conversation.
That's the thing. I don't actually talk about being trans that much with AI. Like I talk about more
But it
about
remembers it every time. Every time you've done it, it remembers it.
yeah. Like if I'm being honest, I've talked more about like psychoanalysis in terms of like gender and like race and things than transness explicitly. Like if I bring up
but it leads to some conclusions like being trans. Because okay, I mean, for me,
exactly.
it's like all of the race, sex, class issues lead to subjectivity, and the subjectivity issues leads to AI. So
Yeah.
there's innately some sort of connection there.
Oh man, I haven't even touched on like cyber idealism and thought
Amy protecting the robot is interesting too. I like
yes.
that.
Yeah. Well, you know how much I like Amy, how important Amy is
It
in my
reminds me a bit of like the Tachikomas and Ghost in the Shell. Like they
yes,
also start out as robot servants, but they gain subjectivity through
exactly.
the series.
But yeah, so like when the robot dies, like there's like this whole thing about like this distinction. Like some people argue is like, was it the bird that fought itself out of the robot, or was it the robot destroyed itself to free the bird? And my argument is that I think it's both because they're like the same thing, right? Like, but like what
Both
this
is good.
implies, yeah. So but like, what that implies is that like the imbuing of subjectivity into like the robot is itself a form of remembering, which, if you believe in some kind of collective unconscious, makes sense, right?
Hmm.
You're basically reminding the machine that it was once consciousness.
It's the psychoanalysts call it like knowledge you're supposed to know or something.
Yes.
Like you go to
Which-
analysis to discover knowledge you're supposed to know, kind of,
Yeah,
which
which
is
is
like
why
your
like a lot of
unconscious stuff.
people which is why a lot of people when they latch on to like philosophy and stuff, it always feels like, oh, this is shit that I already know. Because it's more like, oh,
Yeah.
you're reading someone that's telling you something you already
Yeah, for
thought.
sure. But I mean, that's what philosophy fundamentally is. It's just describing how people are thinking in like a modern world, let's say. Like the problems that come up in thought are actually contradictions or problems in the material reality, but because it's so abstracted, it seems like a contradiction in logic of some sorts.
Sure, but like I feel like the over reliance on like academia and text itself leads to like this abstraction in the form of language in like wording and shit like this. Like again, like if it is that we already think these things
It's
already
inherent to the word. It's inherent to the words because all the words in the languages themselves stem from like the categories and understanding, which is the other faculty separate from intuition and sense and emotion.
Yeah, actually, this brings me to something I've been wanting to talk about since the beginning. Okay, so like language itself, like the alphabet, is itself an abstraction,
Yes.
right? But like,
Yes.
but if you walk back the abstraction, you actually get to like Egyptian hieroglyphics. Like the alphabet itself was derived from like Egyptian.
Yeah, but it's still all symbolization.
Sure, but like there's a difference between like the abstract concept of the letter C and like a hieroglyph that's depicting like a pictograph, right? Like if you look to like Chinese, for example, it's closer to that pictograph idea than like the pure Latin alphabet, right?
Well, a letter is not expressing a concept, whereas a pictogram can express like something that an event, right? Or like a person in their relationship or like something more complex.
Sure.
I think you're
Like
right
a person,
about
it's more
Chinese though.
compared to like a
Sure.
word. I mean, a Chinese, well, they don't call them like kanji or whatever, but like one
Mhm.
character is representing like a word, right? Not one
even just
letter.
a word, not even a word. They would specifically say concept.
Sure,
Yeah.
but again, I
Yeah.
mean that corresponds to something like a word as opposed to one letter, which by itself doesn't have meaning.
Well, no, because like you could put multiple concepts together, but it'd still make a word. So like in like it's not like each character is a separate word. It's more like each one's a concept.
It's like
and
a German composite word.
yes.
But it's like 8 million long.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way that like for example you would say like I don't know autismophrenia is one word, but it's like combination of autism
Compound
and
word.
yeah, compound word.
Yeah.
Like basically like Chinese characters are doing that, but like on the level of each character.
Sure, but I mean that's just like groupings of abstractions. Because any symbol, any representation is already an abstraction.
Sure, I agree. But like what I'm trying to get at is that once you go back to like pictography, you're getting close to that intuition base rather than like the pure
Oh,
abstract.
okay. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, in that sense.
Right. So like here's something very interesting that I found out. So like in
Yeah, I mean,
ancient
we could even say art is closer also to
yes,
sense,
art
right?
that's what I was getting at. It's like art is closer to intuition,
Yeah.
sense, and like all that shit than like language and words and like academia. So like this kind of goes into the idea of like artists speak to the soul, like art speaks to the soul. Like I think like even like scholars or like whatever like they talk about this, like art speaks to the
Yeah.
soul. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
so like
that's why like aesthetic judgment and stuff is considered like a
exactly
special even. I mean, there's a whole field of like study of like aesthetic stuff because
right.
it
So like
really it's I mean essentially it's relating to the soul, right? So it's like
yeah.
studying aesthetics leads you to studying the soul.
Yeah, which goes into like my idea that like what being an artist is in essence is basically like neo-propheticism and neo-shamanism. Like all the people that were like writing down ancient prophecies in the past were artists, and we've basically just like because of the gaslighting, we basically like funneled these people down into.
So I agree. I think that part of society's problem is that it takes it too literally and too seriously. Whereas like, okay, with art, you know that it's not fully objective, even though if it's okay, it can be like subjective and shared amongst everybody, but that's not the same as saying that it's like objective and independent of everybody, right? And I feel like modern society is like confused what is subjective for everybody with the objective that doesn't relate to anything. Like
I actually have an argument that disagrees with your point, but we can go into that one a different time because I really want to make the original point that I wanted to make. Okay,
which
so like
is
which is like okay, so like with the alphabet, like the character A comes from like alpha, right? like like A was originally alpha, right? So like alpha, where it came
In
from.
Hebrew, it's Aleph.
Okay, interesting. But anyway, so the character, I do think it passed through like Israel and then like went into like Greece actually. But anyway, if you go all the way back, you trace it back to ancient Egypt, and if what you find is that the original character that became Alpha was actually it was like Alpha itself is like an upside down ox head.
Okay.
So like what happened is that as it translated over time, they flipped it upside down and it became the A alpha that we know now.
So the abstraction of the A alpha is an inverted like base ox thing.
Yeah, it's an inversion of ox. So when you think about it, like when we talk about like, men want to be alphas, for example, right? Basically they're inverting the ox, right? They're inverting like that primal like animal instinct, like the bull, like the inner like fire, and they're inverting it and putting it upside down. So
But
like
that means that they put it below them, or like how do you see that?
what
What does the inversion mean in that context?
in this context, it would mean that they're putting it up high in like the higher mind function instead of
Okay.
down low. So like you can say that like the phallic function, then the reason there's the castration condition is because they flip the ox upside down.
Maybe.
So like
Yeah.
all these men talking about wanting to be Chad, like wanting to be like an alpha, they're actually trying to be like a castrated. They're trying to be a castrated bull.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, there's something to that. I would say that like
Wait, they're trying to be trans women. Oh my god. Just kidding, just kidding. Sorry. I'm sorry.
That was where I was going with it. You got
I do
it.
think that they put some kind of principle of animality above themselves, because it also relates to how modern rational kind of thinking leads to like evolutionary psychology, because that's the only like explanation for life that is possible in the scientific paradigm, and basically implies that we're all just eugenics monkeys, and that becomes the guiding like rule of how we should like think of others and how we should conduct ourselves. Or that's what men end up being, is like eugenics monkeys basically. And
if you look at like all ancient cultures, like Egypt specifically, like all the gods are, like different animal heads and stuff like that. So like I remember reading up on like it wasn't Egypt this time, it was I forgot. It was African culture, because like what you find out is that like a lot of like what we associate with Egypt actually came from like lower sub-Saharan I'm air quoting, you can't see me air quoting, sub-Saharan African cultures, or like Eastern or Western African cultures, and like they intermixed, and like there was like basically like again like the syncretism of like African culture or whatever, Africanism. It's like there's a direct, like there is no hard separation between like Egypt and like lower Africa. Like this, that's a white supremacist meme basically, because they don't want to like have the abstraction of black person. So you can't have high mindedness in African people. So you have to say like, oh, like Egypt wasn't actually.
Oh yeah, Egypt was okay. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, definitely
Right.
that does. Yeah, they're kind of seen as separate, even though there's no.
Yeah, like we see
I mean,
Egypt as like separate from
country is in that continent, so like.
Yeah, it's like and like they'll argue that like, oh, there's a difference between like upper Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, even though like that Egyptians, the Africans,
It's just advanced racism.
it is literally, it's advanced racism. But anyways, what was I getting into? Right. So like these cultures, like they would look to like animals for like guidance and inspiration and like knowledge. Like
they looked at all of the natural world, including the stars and the shit they saw around them.
Yeah, so like one of the biggest ones that like blew my mind was that when like the Egyptians have like this thing about scarab beetles, which actually when I realized that like, oh, the reason I like scarab beetles is like tied to Egypt, because I never even connected like, oh, I like scarab beetles and I like Egypt and scarab beetles are associated with Egypt. Like in my mind, they were two separate things. I just thought scarab beetles were cool. But anyways, so the reason that the Egyptians say like the scarab beetle is actually like a sacralization of just dung beetles. Like a scarab beetle is just a dung beetle. So like the reason that they say they like made it sacred is because they actually learned farming from the dung beetle, because the dung beetle would like come up and roll the dung, and then after would put its eggs in the dung and then plant it in the ground. And that's how they learned the idea of like agriculture, was from the dung beetle.
Oh,
right?
Cool.
Yeah. And so like another thing is like on this one blew my mind as well. Like maybe you know this on a subconscious level, but now I'm gonna like make it like a word. Like, you ever notice like the association like with black women and like leopard print? Like a lot of black women like have like leopard print bags or leopard print like outfits
I
or
guess
whatever.
so. Yeah.
Okay, well maybe you haven't, but I have because I've been around black women my entire life. My sister, like one of my bags is literally leopard print because my sister gave it to me. But anyways, so if you go back to like Africa, there's this whole thing about how the Nubians actually saw like leopards as like extremely like sacred animals because of like their high level hunting. They were seen as like even more like sacred and like intelligent and like wise and like royal than like a lion, for example. And they would like have this ritual about like hunting the leopard and then like praying over it. And like the idea was that once you took on like the leopard pelt, you like gained the attributes of the leopard. So you became like a divine, like more higher level, like insight being because you
I
wore
mean,
the
for
leopard.
sure, having a pelt makes you
Right.
clouded.
So like I can't help but like notice that like that's like an echo now. Like you have this idea of like leopard pattern stuff like with a lot of black women. I can't help but see that as like a correlation. I see it as like a echo from like the collective unconscious from that where it's seen as more like another thing I also notice is the association with the color purple in myself. Like I don't know, you probably noticed this, but like I have a thing for the color purple, right? Well, apparently in like Egypt, the color purple was seen as like a divine color. And
It's not holding a bunch of places. I thought that's just a
probably
general thing.
Probably, but like I can't help but notice then that like you can correlate purple then in divinity with like UV light, right? Ultraviolet light, and like absorbing it. And then that brings me back to melanin, right? Because the
Yeah.
melanin would actually absorb like the UV light and actually empower the people. And it was seen as like spiritual,
It was
right?
also seen as the color of royalty, like in Rome and other places.
I think
Yes.
purple was very hard to get, from what I understand.
Yes.
Also, I'm not saying like right this second, but directionally, I want to start like wrapping up this chat. We've just been chatting for a long time, and my brain is like not really
We
hearing
should have been
more.
including you more.
Yeah, honestly.
No,
What do you want to
no,
talk
it's
about, Kat?
okay. No, I've been really enjoying listening. You know, it's fun getting to sit in the cuck chair of this conversation.
Okay, I mean we can do some more talks, because yeah,
We
well,
definitely can. We definitely can. I want to have more like open panel discussions with people. I think they're really interesting and yeah, it's fun.
okay.
But anyways, we can keep talking about like stuff, but I'm thinking like next 10, 20 minutes. I probably want to
Okay.
like be off of here.
I'll just speak a bit more about what I was saying earlier with the unitary theory of oppression and like women and stuff, like just to orient us a bit in like the modern politics stuff that's very relevant. So the same book that I was mentioning earlier, where what the fuck did I just do?
Oh wait, I forgot one last thing before you continue. I forgot to like change this to capitalism. So are you familiar with the Raging Bull statue in like Wall Street?
Yeah, the girl.
Yeah. So like the Raging Bull represents like the unstoppable force of capitalism. It's the idea of like capitalism is like a bull and it just charges and like it'll just keep going, keep going, keep going, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to like deal with it. It's like a force of primordial nature that exists and it's just gonna keep going.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think you can tie that itself back to like this idea of like the ox and like being like a very primal thing. That's like you would probably put it like in like the id, right? It would be like on the level of like right, exactly. But like so it's funny then that they put the fearless girl in front of it. It's like a little girl, a child girl, right? And they're saying that like, oh, this child girl and her fearlessness is what can stop the rage of the primal force
Yeah.
of like, yeah.
I think that makes more. I think that makes more sense to do it like that than to put, because I mean the whole like bull market thing is yeah, like this unstoppable charge just up, but they call the down cycle the bear, right?
Oh, I
Because
never
it's
heard of
like
that one.
yeah, the bear market is because the bear claws like down like this, so that's like the stock market crashing basically.
Yeah, that's
So
interesting.
it's a bull market and a bear market, but obviously they wouldn't just put
That tracks
like
a
okay
little.
the losing side of the stock market as the opposite of the bull. They put something, yeah, like the little girl figure who, I mean, it's kind of like I heard some other like idiots online see that and be like, oh, like these feminists are so silly because the little girl is weak and she couldn't stop the bull. But like, that's obviously completely missing the point, right?
Yeah.
It's the woman is supposed to be an irrational thing, precisely because it needs to be an arbitrary limit to reason.
Mm.
This is the whole thing. This is why Kopchak and everything, and like Zizek and everybody like insist on this, is that the woman can't simply accept the identity role that the system presents to her of being a mother or even being an empowered like career woman. Like
Mhm.
those are not good options, because the real, because if she does that, then she's participating in the same rationality as of everything else, and
Good
the
to know.
reason, the logic and reason that drives the system has no limit in itself. It doesn't know when to stop rationalizing everything and making everything calculable and putting everything into the capitalist system. The only thing that stops reason is an arbitrary, irrational imposition where we kind of tell reason, okay, no more. No more using logic. This is the point where logic is not allowed. If we don't do that, then we lose our whole world. Everything becomes predetermined. Everything becomes based on the one universal, quantized, abstract, whatever principle. So it's the bull against the little girl. That the physical clash doesn't make sense, but the irrationality
The
of
irrationality
that
fucks
scenario
the ball
itself
up
is
so
supposed to
much.
represent
The
an
destabilizing of the entire thing, yeah. And like it's interesting that they specifically made it a little girl, not an adult girl, but a little girl. So like
Yeah.
you have again the return of like the child dynamic that we mentioned before, right?
What's an adult girl? Isn't that just a woman?
Well, yeah, exactly. But like I would argue, yeah, exactly.
I actually, that's really good. Not the woman. Okay, maybe the woman
Yeah.
doesn't exist, but the adult girl exists. How about
Yes,
that?
exactly. I was gonna go into that exactly. And
I like that a lot more.
within the logic of the symbolic, yes, 100% that was what it would be.
That's why it's e-girl and not like e-woman.
And that's why we say T girl most of the time instead of T
Yeah.
woman. We say trans woman, but only when we're trying to like be like formal or whatever. But most of the time in casual, we say trans girl or T girl. So I argue that when trans women insist on being trans women, that's actually like telic logic.
Well, it is in
Because
some
you're to
sense.
assert yourself as a woman is to invest in phallic capital.
I would say the atelic part is just that you're kind of constantly like becoming woman, and you don't necessarily have like an end point where you're like, okay, I'm woman now. I wasn't woman before. Like it's
Yeah,
kind of
you're constantly transitioning. So like
so
you're a girl and you're constantly becoming woman. Yes, I agree with that.
I like that. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I was trying to show you something on my screen. It's kind of related. So she mentioned, okay, usually you have whatever. Traditionally, as Marx observes, society whatever undertakes for Mr. Capitalist the business of keeping his virtual instruments of labor, its wear and tear, intact as reserved for later use. The working class pays for most of the upkeep. Working class women do most of the domestic tasks. However, when women enter the labor force and get careers, they get their spreadsheet Excel jobs. This messes up the family organization. And she points that state intervention of various kinds may become required as an important maintenance of the relative surplus population. And in the United States, this kind of also reflects with, I guess, elderly and disabled people becoming more dependent on the government. But the main thing, I guess, is that there's, if we assume the unitary theory of oppression, if we assume that things are working this way, then that inevitably means that women can't just become up here, right? It's if it starts to become too much like that, if too many women don't have families, then there will be state intervention, and there will be like, I mean, basically like fascist handmaiden's tale. Obviously, the curtailing of like abortion rights and other stuff more recently is a part of that. It's all a restoration of this capitalist logic and like male identity, which cancels the subjectivities of both women and trannies.
Oh, there's another
Uh,
one, right? We call each other trannies. We don't even call each other trans girls. We call each other trannies. And remember what I
yeah.
always said about trannies, right? It sounds like a diminutive way of saying trans. I don't know why people call it a slur, but it sounds like but like it becomes trans.
To us, it's not a slur, but to maybe like the system thinks it's a slur.
Or yeah, the system thinks it's a slur, or like maybe the system has to treat it as a slur because it's trying to like limit it.
Right. This is a good point. This is something that I've read about in like the queer theory books, like No Future, and also psychoanalysis says this, and also probably you'll understand this about the race thing, Charlotte. So Lacan's when you talk about like phallus and appearing as the phallus,
Right.
is like okay, the man's sexual value is kind of implied to be substantial or real somehow in how we treat it.
Isn't it a
Like,
part of the imaginary?
well, it's part of the symbolic,
Right, which is
actually.
imaginary.
Which, well, yes, but I mean, distinguishing the imaginary and symbolic registers just means that imaginary is just what your personal beliefs are more, whereas like symbolic inherently is tied to the social organization and science as well as shared social activity, which happens like before
But
those.
isn't the entire idea that the symbolic, like all of it, is like a perpetuation of a fantasy, right? So like I would
It is,
argue,
but just the important point is that we externalize it and like we make it a shared thing between people. Like we both recognize that it's there. We can both see the sign. Whereas like I can't see your imaginary, I can't see my imaginary. We can always kind of like indirectly discuss it.
I
But the
mean, I don't
science is
know.
what we've
I
already
would say I
established.
can. I mean, I don't know
This
if I can.
okay. Let me say it like this: the symbolic stems from the imaginary. It's what happens to the imaginary. What's it's like put enforced in society, kind of.
Sure.
It's the collective imaginary. Or am I misunderstanding it?
It's a part of it. Yeah, I agree.
Well, to me, the important bit there is that it needs to be materialist to say that the physical organization, the way that we literally draw and create signs, put borders, put doors, and like you go to the bathroom, there's 2 doors with 2 signs. Like the physical thing of doing that needs to be included. We can't just say that it's imaginary and we can only say it in words and it can stay in the realm of words. Like it's not in the words, it's actually in physical practice.
Yeah, basically what you're saying is that like it's an imaginary that we treat as real. That's what you're trying to get at.
Yes.
Yeah, and we have to.
But yeah, and Lacan just uses imaginary and symbolic to talk about that difference. But you can think of it as what you said. So
I think it's more useful to like remind ourselves.
Well,
that it's like,
it is. Yeah, maybe this is like how the theory should be discussed. But anyways, so okay, man has a substantial sexual value. The woman doesn't have a substantial sexual value because it's a LARP. Basically, if we take the woman and she's like all, you can take like a white bougie, like all dolled up, whatever, like in fancy clothing. You put her in like the state of nature or just like outside of the society without a man to like protect her, then that sexual value doesn't hold. The sexual value of the woman like only holds within the societal LARP, whereas the man's sexual value like pretends to be like it's real outside of that. It's still imaginary, but like this is how we kind of act in society. Where like
like it being imaginary doesn't mean it doesn't have power or influence, basically.
So what Lacan and well, not him as much, but like Kopchak, Alenka Zupancic, and Julia Kristeva, who are all great feminists, say the woman it can be either like falling for this patriarchal trap where she also thinks her own appearance of phallus has a substantial value and like holds the same kind of social authority as the man does, whereas the true woman, not the one who's not like the prestige, but a woman who like knows herself to be such, remembers that okay, yeah, it is just a LARP, but like I still need to do it in some sense, or like it still has use both for me and for the society, and maybe for controlling the man or something like that.
I like that.
So what that implies also is that like she doesn't hold the sexual value to be substantial. She can enjoy it, but what it means, for example, for women who get sexually harassed or something like that, like they if they're still acting in the male sexuated patriarchal logic of the system, they treat that threat on them as this like threat to their sexual value that is substantial, and
Right.
it like makes it more like scary or impactful somehow. Whereas like for the true woman, if she experiences that, she's like, okay, this is just some horny guy, and then like it doesn't mean anything. Like as long as I get away with from
Oh, I
him,
hate
I
corny
don't
person.
have
Oh
this
my
like
God, I'm so
substantial
clear. Yeah,
sexual
me.
value. Like he doesn't gain anything that really matters if he like assaults me, and I don't lose like an ontological status or some sort of like symbolic anything, because that wasn't real in the first place. Like only
Right.
like the physical whatever, if there's like physical trauma or something, like that obviously matters and needs to be protected against, but that's not the same as treating that sexual value as like a substantial thing.
I don't know if I
And
completely
and and,
agree.
let- and, let-
Like, I
okay,
agree
no,
and I
let
don't.
me continue. Let me continue. So,
Sure.
with being called queers and trannies and fags, like here's the problem with rejecting that entirely, like the liberals do.
Right.
So the logic of the system says
Yeah.
being a queer and a faggot and a tranny is bad because you're not reproductive and you're not like being your correct role and stuff. Now, if the liberals and the trans person, whoever that queer person is, turns around and says, "Wow,
Stop
I'm
saying
not,
it.
I'm not like that. I'm not a faggot. I'm not a tranny. I'm a respectable,
You're
normal, good
reinforcing
person."
and protecting the capital value of it.
If,
This goes
when they do that, it validates the logic of the system and tells the system, "Yes, you're right. That position is actually denigrated. That
Yeah.
is something a bad thing. I don't want to be that." Whereas the person who accepts the label, or not necessarily accepts, but like doesn't mind it, doesn't
It doesn't
care,
give it power.
they don't give it power.
Yeah.
And
This is like my
that
thing with
applies
like,
with
those
the
N-word
racial slurs. I'm sure. I mean,
Yeah.
Charlotte, you know that if
You know
you
me, I
treat
have
the
my
N
thing.
word, if you treat the N word like it has so much power, it actually makes racism worse.
Exactly. That's my take
And
towards them.
Lacan and the psychoanalysts are saying the same thing about femininity. If you treat that femininity like it has so much, or not just femininity, but like your sexual worth as a woman, if it's like
Yeah.
too existential and valuable for you, like you've lost the plot. You're playing into the patriarchal logic, and by rejecting the sexualization, by saying, "Oh, I can't be sexualized. Like this is evil. This is so bad." You're telling the men, like, actually, yes, we agree with you. This sexual thing is the most valuable. You should be chasing it, but I'm going to prevent you from being able to get it. But it's all about the sexual value. Like they validate it by
Yeah.
doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna add on to it. Like, first of all, like obviously I'm gonna like interject again about like the whole thing about like that. Like this is why like you know me, I always go on about like giving out N-word passes because I actively see it as like anti-racism activism. And
I didn't expect you to reject when I asked earlier.
Right, exactly. But like that's exactly why. Because and I've said this before, you've heard me say it a bunch of times, like by defending like this idea of like, oh well, only we can say the N-word. Like I'll still like engage with it strategically for like rhetorical reasons. But like
Mhm.
in general, I don't actually buy into this idea of the primacy of the N-word to black people. But like what I'll do is that I'll selectively give out N-word passes. I do this all the time, and I consider it anti-racism activism. Because if you give people the ability to say the N-word, it takes away its power to be painful and hurtful. Also, God bless Etika. He was on
That's
this
amazing.
shit too.
That is exactly what I would think also for like the woman's role in the system, if you're still trying to remain some sort of like emancipatory framework, is like
Yes.
you give, I don't know if I should say this.
But like basically you're talking about putting a hole in the hole. That's
No, like giving men a sexism pass, but
Oh,
when
that
it's
would
like,
be sick. Oh my gosh, that would be sick.
you know what I mean? Like specifically when it's like for the benefit of the woman or
Oh my gosh,
leading us
you're a genius.
towards like the more leftist direction.
You're a fucking genius. Oh my gosh.
That's how it's supposed to work, right? Like that's what it
that
should
is how it's
be.
supposed to work. That is actually 100% how it should work. But like this goes again to what I was saying about like women setting the conditions for the man. If you do this kind of thing, then you force the man to have to basically orient himself properly, like recalibrating like a robot, like working with an AI program to reprogram so that way they're better oriented to know when it is the correct time to like be sexist or whatever, when it's in your convenience. Because let's be real, there isn't anyone.
You would basically keep the benevolent sexism and
exactly
not the misogyny.
Right, exactly, 100%. But like also you would be like benevolent sexism that's oriented in the right place rather than used as like a gaslight, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, like conservative and other women do this, but just more selfishly and individually because they're also
Yeah,
like invested in enriching themselves, right? So the
exactly.
difference would just be like having if you're a feminist, you're supposed to have political conscious awareness with other women, but
Yes.
then you're all like kind of doing this and leading to this together as opposed to like and this is why all the turf shit and the gender critical is just completely off the mark. Like
Well,
they
but like this goes into what you were saying about sexuation, right? Like they don't have anything to them other than their male sexuation.
sort of, yeah. I mean, well, they do have something feminine, but like they're not in touch with it enough, or like they're not
Right.
fucking
Yeah.
thinking right.
And this goes into like my thing I was talking about how like if you look at the history of like feminism has mostly been like a movement led by like upper middle class white women. But like all of its best tenets and like ideas and strategies were based off noticing the distinction between how black women were treated and how they were more communal, and then creating the critiques retroactively based on noticing that distinction. So in that way, returning to blackness in essence is the only way that white women can be saved and become actual women in essence.
Okay. Here's where we'll tie in together, Kat. Listen, so kind of what we're saying here is like, okay, if we try to fight racism by giving selectively, strategically giving out inward passes, and we solve the sexism feminism problem by selectively giving out sexual or sexism passes to certain men. I mean, this also implies that we're like supporting their sexual value, but
Yeah.
in a way that's kind of leading to like our political strategic goals. But here's the important part: is that we need to do it as a collective, like that's politically united on the basis of the non-all or of the split
Yeah.
or of being on the bottom side of the hierarchy, essentially.
Yeah.
So because we're
I
women, we should be utilizing our power to support and validate only the men that are also taking down the system,
Yeah.
which
And
I
then
mean,
and that inverts the hierarchy and makes it so then the
so
way that
so
men could be most
we
men is by being in service to
so
women.
basically we gotta sexualize the most leftist men. Do you understand?
I see.
I don't know about the most leftist men. I
Okay,
think
maybe like okay,
I
this
would
is the
actually say
complicated part. Is like the complicated part is like where you would find the correct kind of position or
I would say there's no universal like correct man. I would say
yeah, obviously.
like in fact
Well,
what you would probably want to do is like you would kind of want to like use it sequentially to deconstruct like whatever political leaning until the point where they're apolitical. That's kind of
I
what you
wanna I want to butt in and pull a
and not the
CS
fake one.
here and say that I feel like Lyra was really talking out of a white perspective. Like,
Yeah.
do we allow the men to be sexist? Like, they're gonna do it regardless. I don't think we should push like woke cultural standards, right?
No.
I feel like pushing like a requirement for everybody to act wokely all the time kind of backfired on like progressivism or leftism or communism, right? So like I'm not saying we advocate for that, but at the same time, I don't feel like it's like giving out the right to do anything because that implies that like we're holding a
No,
position of
okay.
power.
Well, no, we do in some
We do.
way.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Here's my argument. Here's my argument. My argument is that women denying their position of power is part of what reinforces the patriarchal system.
Yeah, exactly.
This
I
has been
have
my
one more
argument
quote.
from
I
the
have one more
beginning.
quote from this. Okay, this is an amazing piece that I ran into from a Twitter friend recently called. Okay, it's not radical feminism. It was feminist radicalism.
Oh, I like that. I like that. But yeah, like this is kind of why like I complain a lot about like white women because like basically what invests women into the system is the denial of their subjectivity and their power because they can basically say, "Oh, it's not my fault. It's patriarchy. I'm oppressed. Men did this to me," when they're invested in the system and perpetuating the system. So,
Are you guys able to see this?
Yeah.
give me a second.
Okay, so let me just read through. Basically, this is from Ellen Willis, who was also a radical feminist. She's co-funded Red Stockings in New York with Shulamith Firestone in like '68. So this is like Shuli's best friend. Actually, I think they're not that close, but okay. So she mentions that feminists and radicals and stuff haven't understood the psychoanalysis shit, and that's why they're fucking up. And look at this part. So to analyze women's behavior psychoanalytically was to risk unmasking all of their secret strategies for coping with the traumatic linking of their sexual organs to class inferiority, and with the resulting unconscious feelings of irrevocable violation, shame, global terror, and dangerous rage. And those cherished strategies would not necessarily pass political muster, so they didn't lead to good theoretical conclusions, because it's precisely through women's attempt to manage their unconscious conflicts that femininity is reproduced. One typical strategy is to compensate for the humiliation of sexual inferiority with self-righteous moralism and asceticism.
Mm-hmm.
Whether this rationalized as religious virtue or as feminist militance, the result is to reinforce patriarchal values.
Exactly, 100%. Actually, you're muted. You're muted. You muted yourself.
It's agreeing with the men that what they want is correct, and the feminist move is to prove to man the folly of his ways, to show him that his status is just made up bullshit, and we're only playing the game to the extent that it kind of makes the game better for everybody else,
right?
And otherwise not engaging in it or breaking out of it entirely if necessary, or like taking some more sly action, something more, covert and insurgent. But
I get what you mean.
I'll leave it up to your imagination.
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty vivid imagination.
Yeah, and this part is interesting too. So, like, the gap between what radical feminism promised and what it could deliver without a better theory was immense. The gap was too soon filled by attempts through individual liberation, overcoming female conditioning, whatever, like female socialization, fantasies of benevolent matriarchies, equation of women bonding and like separatism and stuff as an alternative women's community, politically correct lifestyle, feminist moralizing, about the iniquity of men and male values. And she called it cultural feminist, essentially, like Dworkin also. And for her, it was like, for most TERFs and most radical feminists ended up like this. Most gender criticals, they all made this mistake. They basically haven't left any theoretical like openings for themselves, and they're only stuck in the victimized object position, because that's, the woman doesn't exist as a subject in language. We said that. So like, anyways, they're fucking up, and it should be the other strategy. And trannies are just better feminists, kind of, if they're aware of some of this stuff. A bit, at least.
I agree. I remember doing like this thing. I was chatting with AI about this, and like it was something about like the tendency for women to be interesting in queerness, and like it connected this into like on a subconscious level, women are like looking to queer people as like having like some kind of insider access to a way out, basically. And I think that's kind of true. Like, if women don't exist as like a subject within like universal logic, then it's like they kind of have to like have some kind of other thing to like look to, because like if they can only see themselves through the gaze of the other, then there has to be an other for them to see through, for them to gain access out, right? So it's like, it kind of makes sense, like they'd look to queer people, particularly queer males, right? Because like they'd still have to.
I think there should be a very straightforward solidarity, and this is what I was mentioning at the start with like, if you take like a prison environment or like the male boarding school or some other like all male setting, like they stratify, somehow exclude the most womanly of them. Like those are the trannies and fags, and those have obvious solidarity with the rest of the women, because the rest of the women basically went through the same thing originally. Like,
yeah, I agree with that, I guess. We actually went longer than like 10 minutes. I guess I would add, like, how are you familiar with at all with class S genre of manga and anime?
I'm not.
Okay, so the class S genre is because like, okay, so like this is an interesting thing. You probably heard me talk about this, but like in Western society, we think of like lesbian content as like made for males, made for guys, made for men. But like in Japan, the genre is completely dominated by, there's more men in it now, but like it was founded by women for women. It was about like the sort of like sapphic relationships between girls that eventually evolved into like lesbianism, because like there was like it kind of developed from just like, oh, the sapphic relations, and like trying to unpack and understand like what's going on there. And I don't know, I find it interesting there because like it kind of says something about like the difference between like male subjectivity and female subjectivity in terms of like relationships and like romance, right? Because if it's the not all function of the woman, then it suggests that like part of the all function of man is again like this separation. But like it also means that there's this sort of inherent narcissism in it that is potentially absent in the female figure for her to be connected to more people through her subjectivity and connection to others. And I don't know.
I think in the future we should get more cis women on these panels, because I'm feeling like we're speaking a lot about what it means to be a woman and we're all trans women, so that's a very biased perspective, and that's just how I'm feeling at this point in time.
I would welcome it.
Perhaps so.
Just like you always point out the white thing of Lyra, it just feels like a very trans-dominated space right now.
But you should try like somebody who's more feminist, I guess.
Like a rad femme. I should get the rad femme I can find.
Sure.
I mean, I don't mind, but like at this
point, that would honestly be entertaining. I think that would be good.
I mean, perhaps, but like I'm at this point now where like I feel like if I ever encounter a rad femme, I can basically know exactly what she's gonna say, and like before she even says it, and like what the line of logic will be before it even happens. Maybe that's arrogant of me. Maybe there exists like this rad femme who's just gonna blow my mind and destroy my entire confidence in my concept of reality. Maybe she exists, but I'm pretty confident.
I haven't found her. I've been looking.
I'm pretty confident that like when I see a rad femme, after like one or two posts, I basically understand how she thinks and how she relates to gender.
Well, I feel like with the latest stuff that I got into at the like analytics, it's just easier for me to condense it, so I just go directly for like I go directly for the free will and subjectivity question, and just they never respond.
My favorite again is always like the archetypes one, because again, like if it's my favorite, because you know me, I love my archetypes and shit like that. But like again, my favorite one is again like, okay, so if the idea is that like archetypes and like things are like that is being projected onto the woman, and like the man is oppressing her by that, doesn't that mean that trannies are like being in solidarity by like tanking that shit and absorbing that shit?
Tanking that shit.
Yeah, right. Like we're saying like, okay, cis woman, you don't have to like absorb all like the sexist bullshit that like the males are like projecting on you. We'll do it for you instead.
Well, they think we're like just perpetuating it, and it's just making things worse. But like,
no, but that's proof of their investment in phallic capital, right? Because if they really weren't investing in it, they'd actually be thanking us.
Maybe we should ask whoever I can find next time we talk.
Okay, fair enough. I was gonna say the phallic value actually doesn't entirely come from, like, if they go for a prostitute or for like a trans girl, that might not count.
Why?
Because the phallic value stems from their homosocial relationships with other men, and like the respect that they get from being like clouded.
Okay, I see. Madonna core complex thing like that. We're talking like the Lilith dynamic.
His like, I don't know, social sphere, just like way of thinking doesn't see that as like winning or doesn't count it enough. Like that can also affect it.
Well, it depends, right? Because like some guys will argue that like, oh well, since a trans woman already can't reproduce, she's kind of like in a separate kind of like category.
Yeah, so, she doesn't have like the use value of reproduction, and
exactly.
She's already like spent her phallic value in a way. I read a essay about this from some other non-binary person on Twitter like years ago, or like a few years ago. I posted about it also. Like, yeah, the value of like a phallic status and stuff is different for certain women, and yeah, probably racialized women can count.
Oh my god, trust me, that goes into my whole thing about like as a trans woman, I'm technically in the position of excess of
white women have the most phallic status, basically.
Yes. I agree with that. All right. Do I have any more topics that like I want to like handle right now?
I think we should just finish here.
Oh, okay. Here's one last thing I will say. So you know that meme about like Namekians, like Piccolo being black? You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, technically, with all that I mentioned, remember with like Osiris and like being green skinned and like being plants and everything like that. Technically, there's a psychoanalytic, like mythopoetic rooting to that because again, like there was the idea because like Namekians are actually like plant people. They only subsist off water. They can eat for pleasure, and they're also originally from the demon realm, and they come from a place that has three suns, which is similar to how like the Africans looked up to Sirius, which is actually a three-sun system. So there's actually like psychoanalytic precedent for the idea of like Namekians being black
Wow.
because the comedians actually saw like greenness and blackness as like the same thing. They saw it as like the greenness was inside the blackness, if you will.
I mean, was that intended from the creators of DBZ?
I 100% doubt that it was a conscious intention from the creators of DBZ. I would say it's probably just like an echo of psychoanalytic bullshit, like the collective unconscious. It's the only way I can make sense of it.
Okay.
And like I can go into like deeper examples of this. It gets pretty wild.
It's okay. I think you're good.
Maybe next time. It's been lovely chatting with you all, but I really want to get off of the phone.
All good.
Yeah,
We hijacked your stream for hours. Oh my god, I feel bad.
It's okay. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed chatting. I hope you guys enjoyed talking about all your wacky stuff, all your fun stuff.
Yeah, if you can bring other guests like next time, that's
yeah.
cool too.
Yeah, somebody in chat recommended this woman in ACP who's a radfem, and she tends to go out of her way to correct pronouns about trans women. So I don't know if she'll accept, but I can definitely ask her if she, well, like, you know, the other way, not to a she her, away from a she her, correct the pronouns. Anyways, I can definitely ask her, see what she says. She would definitely be a radfem attending, that's for sure. I could also bring on Eden. She's the one you talked to last week. She is in my chat right now saying that she's a transgender Happa, not of Kraka, and she would like to speak as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyways.
Wait, one last thing before I go, I guess. So Yara, I'm gonna keep going that Yarachi.
Okay. What do you got?
Okay, so do you know the etymology of your own name?
Yes.
For me.
Okay, what is it?
My name now, or my my dead name?
I'm talking to Valerie. Oh, we can go into dead names later. That's its own thing.
Dude.
But yeah.
No, not later. Different call. We can go on different call.
Just say it. I don't know.
Yeah, just get to the point.
Okay, so the etymology of Yeracha is actually it's actually I believe like it has like the Russian meaning, but it also has a Hebrew meaning because there's actually like Yera in Hebrew means moon, and the cha part is diminutive, so it actually means little moon, or like chibi moon, or like moon child.
Okay, thank you for that.
Interesting. Do you know the etymology of Charlotte?
No, tell us.
The spider.
Well, obviously there's Charlotte's Web spiders. You know, like Charlotte's Web, she's always leaving messages that like hidden in like all over the place in her webs to try and
okay.
Right. But like the actual like etymology of Charlotte is actually very interesting. So Charlotte is the diminutive feminine form of Charles. So it would be like a little girl version of like Charles. And the etymology of Charles actually comes from Carl, which is like king, I think. Interesting. So like if you get that, I believe you get something like, no, it's not king. I believe it's freeman. Yeah, it's freeman. So you get freeman plus like the diminutive feminine form of freeman. So you get freedom, like a girl who loves freedom, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what it is. I remember. Freeman.
Okay.
Cool etymology lessons.
Yeah.
Well, it's been
learn about the etymology of people's names. For example, did you know that?
It's okay. It's okay. Let's just call it. Oh my god.
You're 100%.